and others to ensure that local voices are heard and identify ways that we can act together to ensure that we're resilient in the future. So can the Minister advise me and my constituents about about how we can access our fair share of future flood resilience funding so that we're not in this position again?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his really important question, and I recognise that at this time of the year there is anxiety around flooding. I thank him for his work and for the Buckingham Flood Action Group. He'll be pleased to know that our flood funding policy reforms announced in October will make it quicker and easier to deliver the flood defences that he desperately needs, and I'd be happy to meet with him and discuss this in more detail.
Can I just say it's Buckinghamshire, so I can't say I don't think any of the members are from Buckinghamshire. No, OK, then let's move on. Chris Curtis.
Thank you. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
I'm also a member for Buckinghamshire, but there we go. Mr. Speaker.
What's in there?
The government is delivering on our manifesto commitments to improve access to nature and to deliver 3 national forests. We recently announced that the 2nd national forest will be in the Oxford-Cambridge corridor. Milton Keynes is the beating economic heart of that corridor, and we will deliver economic opportunities and even better access to nature side by side in his great city.
Chris Curtis.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the comments about Milton Keynes, the largest economy in the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, and we're very excited about the upcoming forest. The Wetlands Arc is another very exciting project being led by the Parks Trust, which spans the Great Ouse Valley in my constituency. It will bring significant benefits for both people and nature, improving biodiversity, strengthening flood to and creating new opportunities for recreation and well-being across the area. And we recently got some funding from the National Lottery Heritage Fund to start the project. Can the Minister assure me that the Government will continue to support strategic initiatives like this across the country, which deliver environmental protection, enhance community well-being and expand opportunities for everyone to enjoy and engage with nature?
Mr. Speaker, I commend him for championing the Wetland Arc project in his constituency. Wetlands enhance water quality, biodiversity and provide effective natural flood defences. We will also, as he suggests, continue support initiatives like these, and I'd be delighted to visit his constituency, should he like, because it's very near to mine.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, the renovation of the Centurion Way was extended. The length of the cycle path now goes all the way from Chichester to West Dean in my constituency. Mr. Speaker would be more than welcome to come and join me on a bike to cycle the new length. The restoration of this once crucial transport link provides residents and tourists with access to the beautiful Sussex countryside and the South Downs National Park. Does the Minister agree with me that projects like this are vital for improving the UK's health and happiness? And will she outline what the Government is doing to help local authorities that wish to renovate disused railway lines and also improve cycling and footpaths?
State.
I'm a keen cyclist myself, so I might visit the Honourable Lady as well. Can I say that as a government, as we set out in our manifesto, we are committed to improving access to nature and look forward to working with her to do so.
Shall the Minister Robbie Moore?
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will know that farmers play a key role in enhancing nature and access to it. But she will also know that farmers can only do this when it's financially viable and their businesses have certainty from government. Yet with the SFI chopped, de-linked payments slashed, capital grants cut, the family farm tax looming and a profitability review completed, but deliberately held back from the public until well after the budget, this government has created a food and farming emergency, and when our farmers suffer, so does nature. So what real, tangible reassurance can the Secretary of State give our farmers right now so that they can stay afloat, produce food and also deliver for nature and the environment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, delighted to be at these questions for the first time, but I must say they have some brass neck. Under their government, they couldn't even be bothered to spend the farming budget. We've got more government money in the hands of farmers than ever before, a record number of farmers in environmental land management schemes. We've got a proud record of supporting our farmers. They sold them down the river on trade deals.
Adrian Ramsey.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We remain firmly committed to maintaining and improving animal welfare and will work closely with the farming sector to deliver high standards. The use of cages and other closed confinement systems for farmed animals is an issue which we're currently considering, and as announced by the Prime Minister, we plan to publish the animal welfare strategy by the end of this year.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Animal Equality estimates that around 200,000 sows in the UK spend nearly a quarter of their adult life confined in farrowing crates, metal-barred cages that severely restrict their movement. They can't even turn around. 75% of vets are concerned, and research suggests 2/3 of the public oppose their use. So when it comes to the animal welfare strategy, will the Minister commit to phasing out the use of all farrowing crates and the equally cruel cages for birds? And what practical steps will be put in place to support farmers with this transition?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important also to remember that 50% of the national sow breeding herd actually live freely and aren't involved in these kinds of cage systems at all, which shows, I think, the way forward. So it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we work with the industry to see how we can move away from the use of farrowing crates, create more flexible alternatives that are available to be introduced in a practical and pragmatic way.
Tony Jeremy.
Mr. Speaker, so often farmers are the best conservationists, and many want to do even more to support the environment and animal welfare, but profitability and sustainability is key. Will the Minister confirm if the Department will consider financial support for farmers to move towards more sustainable and strong animal welfare standards?
We are always ready to consider how we can bring about policies that will be set out in the animal welfare strategy when we publish it. We're pragmatic about how we can shift from outdated systems and modernise, and we are proud that we have some of the highest standards of animal welfare in the world.
Catherine Atkinson.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government will clean up Britain and end the throwaway society. That's why we've banned the sale of single-use vapes earlier this year, and why our forthcoming deposit return scheme will drastically reduce the littering of single-use cans and bottles. We're also supporting councils by bringing forward new guidance, including on enforcement on littering and fly tipping.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Derby, we are lucky to have fantastic community groups who take real pride in keeping our city clean. Groups like Friends of Littleover Parks, New Zealand Community Association and the Ashbourne Road Methodist Church A to C Kids Club, where even our youngest residents do their bit. But their great work is too often undermined by those who dump waste illegally on our streets, on private land and our green spaces. So can the Minister outline what the government is doing to tackle waste crime so that my constituents can continue to enjoy clean and tidy neighbourhoods? Well, I do commend her constituents for their important work, particularly Derby City Council's Street Pride Champions. Their work is supported by this government, which is committed to helping councils do more, seizing and crushing the vehicles of fly tippers, forcing them to clean up their own mess and bringing in new 5-year prison sentences for those transporting waste illegally.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Criminals have dumped a mountain of illegal plastic waste 20 feet high and weighing hundreds of tonnes in my constituency on the floodplain adjacent to the River Cherwell. River levels are rising and heat maps show that the waste is also heating up, raising the risk of fire. The Environment Agency said it has limited resources for enforcement. The estimated cost of removal is greater than the entire annual budget of the local district council. So will the Minister meet with me urgently to discuss what support the government can offer to avoid an environmental disaster?
Minister.
We inherited a whole system failure in the waste industry, from end to end, failures at every level. And that is why there has been an epidemic of this illegal fly tipping. It's now the work of serious and organised crime. And we have a waste crime unit that has basically undertaken in the last financial years, if they stop chuntering, they might learn something, 21 money laundering investigations, 6 account freezing orders and 13 confiscation orders. However, I am aware of this incident. I'm happy to meet with him to discuss it, and I understand a restriction order was served to prevent further access and tipping at the site.
Question
number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is taking action to ensure coastal towns have access to clean bathing water, and the Water Special Measures Act provides the most significant increase in enforcement powers to the regulators in a decade, empowering tougher action against those responsible for water pollution.
Tony Vaughan.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answer. Littlestone and Dymchurch are two popular beaches in my constituency, but they are subject to no swim advisories, which are seriously harming local tourism, residents and businesses. So what urgent measures will she take to ensure clear accountability for water companies, rapid infrastructure upgrades and a transparent timetable for lifting no swim advisories? And will she meet with me to discuss how we create safer seas for my constituents and possibly join me for a swim when it's safe to do so?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the kind offer. I maybe won't take him up during November or perhaps December on his offer for an outdoor swim. But it is a really important issue, and we have pledged to halve sewage pollution by 2030, and bathing water sites are being prioritised for upgrades because we recognise how important they are for health, leisure and tourism. And my honourable friend will be pleased to know that the local EA area director has agreed to meet with him on this matter urgently, and of course I'd be happy to meet with him too.
Somebody's going to take up the swim, Sir Roger Gale.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister reassure the House that the shocking release of microplastic pellets into the seas off the Channel coast is a one-off and that it has not affected and will not affect any of the beaches around the whole of the rest of the Kent coast?
Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for raising such an important issue, and I share his anger at the appalling pollution incident that we've seen. At the moment, the studies are still ongoing to look at exactly where these plastic pellets might end up, but of course I'd be more than happy to keep him up to date so he knows exactly what's expected to happen when. The immediate priority right now is to address the environmental damage and to minimise further impacts. I've been speaking with Southern Water about this, and of course the Environment Agency as well, and I'd be happy to keep him and the House up to date as we progress this. But I want to reassure him and the rest of the House that this is unacceptable, and we'll be doing everything we can to prevent anything like this happening again.
Sally Jameson.
6, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will group 6 with 8, if I may, with your permission. We will publish a white paper later this year outlining our vision for the future of the water sector, making the most fundamental reform of our water system in a generation. The government is determined to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas, delivering better outcomes for consumers and the environment.
Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency in Doncaster Central know the trouble the water industry is in, and I've raised in this House before around bonuses being given to Yorkshire Water executives in exchange for poor service. So can the government say what they're going to do to fix the broken regulatory system so the failures of the past don't happen again?
I thank her for her campaigning on this issue. We recognise the scale of the challenge facing our water system, and we are taking decisive action to reset the water sector. We will create a single powerful water regulator, abolishing Ofwat and ending the fragmentation that led to the abuses of the past. And as she's already said, we are already banning polluting water bosses from taking bonuses. We did that in the early time in government by passing the Water Special Measures Act.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's crucial that government has the powers to crack down on polluting companies, but the Environment Agency's budget was cut by half by the last Conservative government. Can the Minister set out what we will do to make it quicker and easier to fine the companies polluting our rivers with raw sewage?
He's absolutely right, Mr Speaker, but under this Labour government there is nowhere to hide for polluting water companies. We have overseen record fines on water companies, and we're also introducing automatic penalties like speeding tickets to ensure that those companies are held to account for every level of offence.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents in Mid-Sussex are fed up. They're fed up with paying rising bills, adhering to hosepipe bans and being told to be mindful with how they use their water whilst leaks go unfixed and water shortages remain. This autumn, people in Mid-Sussex came within 3 weeks of standpipes being needed, despite paying more and more. So, against this torrent of failure, my constituents want to know how the government plans to create a water industry that can provide for a growing population rather than lurching from crisis to crisis.
I thank her for her question. I share the public's frustration with what's been happening in recent years, but I reassure her that we will take decisive action. We've already passed the Water Special Measures Act, but we will be issuing a white paper later this year, and we will legislate to ensure that we have better regulation, a better regulator and a better water system for her constituents and constituents around the country.
Umbrella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In West Dorset, overloaded sewers and outdated infrastructure cause repeated sewage spills. Rainwater currently enters a combined system, overwhelming capacity and causing them to overflow. The Independent Water Commission recommended pre-pipe solutions to reduce storm overflow. So will the Minister introduce a national rainwater management strategy and require rainwater harvesting on all new homes and renovations?
I thank him for his question. I look forward to working with him on this issue. We are looking at pre-pipe solutions in the forthcoming white paper, so I look forward to discussing with him with that when we publish it.
James White. Question number 7. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only 0.1% of land is used for solar, and half of the agricultural land generating solar power is still producing food. Solar farms are not a risk to food security and instead help play an important role in diversifying farm income and decarbonising our economy.
James White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister's answer is a bit tone-deaf. North West Norfolk's farms and farmers play a vital role in our food security, and my constituents are concerned about the droves and high-growth solar farms which will cover 7,000 acres. Why is the government and the Net Zero Secretary in particular obsessed with putting solar farms on Norfolk's agricultural land rather than brownfield and rooftops?
Mr. Speaker, a very small area of land it will be used by solar farms. As I said before, 0.1% of the UK total land area. The Clean Power Commitment 2030 will take that up to 0.4%. And our land use framework, which will deal with ensuring that such solar farms do not go on prime agricultural land, will be due to be published in the early part of next year.
That's right. Dr. Neil Hudson, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, food security is national security. And we are in the middle of a food and farming emergency created by this Labour government's policies. From its heartless family farm tax to closure of vital support schemes, damaging farming's ability to thrive and harming rural mental health. This is only being made worse nationwide, including in my constituency of Epping Forest, by plans for excessive solar development, risking taking away prime food-producing land. When will this government stop this senseless assault on our green belt and countryside and start putting solar in the right place, like brownfield sites and on rooftops, and start reversing these damaging policies so that our fantastic farming sector has a fighting chance of being preserved for future generations?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman opposite sounds like he thinks the entirety of agricultural land is going to be covered in solar. I've already said it's 0.4% by 2030. This does provide farmers with extra income. And we have a national planning policy framework which prioritises using lower quality land for such things. He wants solar power on rooftops. We're doing that too.
Liam Coleman.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
This government is going to put the largest budget ever into nature restoration, over £7 billion announced in the spending review, and we've taken targeted action, including licensing the first wild beaver release since their extinction 400 years ago.
Minister, for her answer. 14 years of Conservative government left the UK as one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, undermining our economy and food systems. I welcome the government's recent actions to reverse this, including new guidance to protect bees from pesticides and the introduction of legislation to help protect 2/3 of the world's oceans. Does the Minister agree that where the Conservatives failed, this government will take action at every level to protect nature, biodiversity for future generations?
I do. I know that my honourable friend is a great champion on air quality in his local constituency, but while the party opposite has pledged to scrap the Climate Change Act in the face of protests from business groups, scientists and even their former Prime Minister Theresa May, this government will tackle the climate and nature crisis. I will be travelling to COP30 in Brazil in a couple of days, and I will be discussing there how we will embed nature into every element of climate action to tackle global nature loss on land and in the ocean.
Dr. Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This afternoon, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill will return to the Commons. I share the concerns of many of my constituents in the South Cotswolds that this bill seeks to rip up environmental rules in order to boost growth. Will the Minister urge her colleagues at MHCLG to support the Lord's Amendment number 130 to ensure development is balanced with protection for nature?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for her campaigning on the climate and nature issues in stark contrast to the Conservatives. I would encourage her to raise this issue during the debate today, as I know she will. And I would just say to her that the Nature Restoration Fund, which is a key plank of this bill, will improve outcomes for nature while unlocking the housing and infrastructure this country urgently needs.
Liz Jarvis.
Number 10, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Right, let me just get to my place. Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are committed to banning the import of hunting trophies from species of conservation concern. My noble friend, the Baroness Hayman, continues to engage with stakeholders to ensure we can implement a robust ban.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Vulnerable and endangered species, including rhinos, zebras, elephants, cheetahs and leopards, are still being hunted for so-called trophies abroad. And despite promises from the previous government, it's still legal to bring these items into the UK. Can the Minister give any reassurance that legislation will be brought forward in this Parliament to ban the import of these hunting trophies into the UK?
Well, I thank her for her question. 84% of the 44,000 respondents to the 2020 consultation supported a ban on all hunting trophies entering or leaving the UK. 5 years later on, it will fall to this government to deliver what the previous government promised, and timeframes for introducing that legislation will be provided once the parliamentary timetable for future sessions is determined.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Number 11, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
So many questions. We are committed to tackling food waste and ensuring food reaches those in greatest need. We have a new £15 million fund redistributing 19,000 tonnes of surplus food, and our simpler recycling reforms coming in from next March will cut the amount of food waste sent to landfill, and we hope behaviour change initiatives will also tackle food waste in the home.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Mr Speaker, Too Good To Go and Winnow Solutions are two food waste businesses in my constituency, the heart of the tackling food waste. I know the government doesn't want to put more burden on businesses, but they have proved that this can save the bottom line for businesses. And I wonder if the Minister is considering mandatory reporting of food waste and promoting businesses that help businesses achieve that.
Minister.
Well, can I say that those are two absolutely brilliant green tech companies at the heart of her constituency, and we are committed to halving food waste by 2030, and we support both those companies. We have digital waste tracking, which will be in place from April 2026 and mandatory from October for waste receivers, so part of tackling the organised crime end of things. But our Circular Economy Task Force is considering how we can go further, and are considering the potential benefits of a mandatory food waste reporting requirement for large food businesses.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, you, Mr Speaker, and I, and many in this House will remember when we were younger, nothing was ever thrown out. When the cheese was blue moulded, we cut off the edges and we ate it. If the food was coming near its end of time, the dog got it. Nothing was ever wasted. But in relation to that, the best before dates on fresh food to encourage judgment to be exercised. Has consideration been given to making this law to ensure that we are not throwing away good food for no other reason than the date which has no relevance to the quality of the food? Thank you.
Well, I'd like to just be fair and say that the previous government did do something on food labelling, so best before ends. There are certain rules around things like eggs where we have to be much, much more careful, but I share his views that actually we need to remove some of the packaging so that people aren't overbuying, and we need to teach people more about how to tackle food waste in their homes so they don't buy more than they need, and that they understand they can freeze things like butter and cheese when they want to buy in bulk and save money.
Bill Allen.
Question number 12, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under the previous government, we saw water bosses awarding themselves over £112 million in bonuses. Thanks to this government's Water Special Measures Act, water company bosses who pollute our waterways have been blocked from receiving millions of pounds in unfair bonuses for the last financial year.
Bill Albert.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
After 14 years of water bosses profiting whilst sewage has spilled into our waterways, this government is finally setting the record straight. In South and Eastern Rochford, we have several organisations dedicated to protecting and preserving our coastlines from Southend against sewage and Water Watch, coupled with not one but 2 Labour MPs and a government that is taking decisive action. I'm reassured that the future of our waterways is in safe hands. Could the Minister update the House on the progress of the forthcoming water bill? And will she meet with me to discuss how up-and-coming legislation could specifically address the regulation of wet wipes and their environmental impact?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank him for his doughty campaigning on this issue. We are already taking forward secondary legislation to ban plastic water wet wipes, which are a major source of pollution in our waterways. And as I've said previously, this government is taking decisive action to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas, and we will publish a white paper later this year putting forward fundamental reform of our water system to deliver better outcomes for consumers and the environment.
Right, we come to topicals. Pam Cox.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to be leading the first all-women ministerial team in a UK Department of State. My focus as the new Secretary of State is delivering the government's #1 mission of economic growth while restoring our natural environment. I have 4 big priorities: cleaning up our rivers, lakes and seas, backing British farmers and our food industry, restoring nature and delivering an SBS deal with the EU.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm hosting pupils from the Colchester Academy in Greenstead in my constituency. They and their families want to see a clean River Colne. Could the Minister set out what the government is doing to hold Anglian Water to account and whether she's seeing an improvement in Anglian Water's performance? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for campaigning on these issues. We have already banned bonuses from 6 water companies, including Anglian Water, as you will know, for not meeting our high standards. This is a powerful incentive for companies to deliver immediate improvements and rebuild public trust. And together, I hope we can rebuild public trust in our water system for generations to come.
Shall the Secretary of State, Victoria Rackles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I welcome the Right Honourable Lady to her new role and the Farming Minister. We genuinely wish them well on this side of the House in this food and farming emergency. And the seriousness of this emergency was made clear to me last night by the agricultural chaplain of Suffolk. He told me about the devastating impact he is seeing of the family farm tax. The father of 2 small children who took his own life because of fears for the tax. The 92-year-old grandmother who has told her family calmly that she will not be here in April because she wants to beat the tax deadline. And the teenager who walked in to find his father's body. The chaplain said to me, this tax will live with that poor boy for the rest of his life. All of this has happened since the current Secretary of State took office, and it is happening across the country. Why does she support this tax?
Mr. Speaker, this is a highly sensitive issue. The reasons for somebody taking their own life are often very complex, and my heart goes out to every family that is devastated by these events, and I'm not willing to make political points on this issue.
Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not making political points. I'm giving her the reality of her policy. Farmers will have heard no answer, no reason, no understanding, and it is shameful. With 13 days to go until the budget, there are enormous economic costs too. Millions of advisors, businesses and constituents, as well as the 10 largest supermarket chains, multiple food manufacturers and the EFRA and the Welsh Affairs Select Committees think this is a bad tax, badly done. The Conservatives will axe this tax. Given the Secretary of State has admitted this week that DEFRA ministers have made mistakes this year, will she finally admit that the family farm and the family business taxes are some of these mistakes as well?
So,
Mr Speaker, I live in a rural area. I represent a semi-rural seat. I have 89 farms in my constituency. I understand the pressures that farmers are under, but the catastrophic mistakes we saw under the last government was they couldn't even be bothered to spend the farming budget. We have got more government money in more hands of farmers than ever before, putting more government, a record number of farmers in the environmental land management schemes. We'll soon be publishing the Batters Review, which we're not keeping under wraps, by the way, on farm profitability. It's a very important review, and he will be hearing about more of it soon. Nothing that they did when they were in power went to that. We appointed the nation's first tenant farming commissioner, and we'll be setting out a 25-year roadmap for farming next year.
Can I just say they're very important opening statements, but we are on topicals. Members aren't going to get in, so I don't know why you bother standing. I've about 5 minutes to go. Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Much of Erewash is on a floodplain, so the Flood Re scheme is an enormous help to my constituents, particularly those catastrophically affected by Storm Babette in 2023. Local businesses have raised with me, however, that a similar scheme doesn't exist to support their properties. What steps is the Minister taking to support businesses who are struggling after severe flooding episodes?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue, and I share his concern about the ability of local businesses to recover from flood events. This government is investing £10.5 billion, which will better protect 900,000 properties around the country, and the Flood Resilience Task Force will be looking into exactly what more can be done to support both homes and businesses during the recovery period after flooding.
Tim Farron, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd also like to welcome the Secretary of State and the Farming Minister to their roles and look forward to working with them both. The University of Cumbria research shows that by this time next year, the average hill farmer will be earning barely half the national minimum wage. Yet the government's family farm tax means an annual tax bill of £20,000 a year for the typical hill farm. So those farmers have to sell up, who to wealthy landowners and big city corporations and stop farming. Isn't this policy deeply socially unjust, robbing from the poor, giving to the rich, while betraying those people who care for our landscape and provide food for us?
Minister.
Well, we are going to be publishing the farming roadmap and the Batters Review to talk about a strategy for making the farming sector more productive, profitable and sustainable for the next generation. And obviously upland farmers will play an important part in all of this review. We'll be seeing what we can do to support them.
Peter Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Crawley has the worst air quality in Sussex, yet under the last government, a new incinerator was approved on the town's border with the town directly in its plume. Could the Minister set out how we can enhance air quality in the context of incinerators, and given the oversupply in incinerator capacity, will they consider a moratorium on new incinerator building?
Minister.
Well, I know the honourable gentleman is a passionate advocate for air quality for residents. We have published strict criteria for we will only back new waste incineration projects that meet strict conditions, but I'm happy to meet with him and talk about the project in his constituency.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under the last government, farms were encouraged to diversify to secure incomes and support rural communities. In light of this government's reforms to APR and BPR, does the Minister accept that many family farms which diversified now face what feels like a double taxation, once during business life and once on succession? So ahead of the budget, will she urgently press the Treasury colleagues to reverse these reforms?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, again, we understand the pressures farmers are under, and we want to work to create a farming sector that's productive, profitable and sustainable, and we will be doing that as we go forward.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. What support can the Minister offer to open up canal access from the Dudley Canal and Caverns Trust to the hidden gem in Wren's Nest, which is part of the UNESCO Geopark, to help boost sustainable tourism, access to residents, as well as highlighting the international geographic significance?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my honourable friend is an incredible champion for her constituency. And I was hearing about how you can visit the area, Mr Speaker, and pick up different fossils and see sort of what an ecological wonder that it is. And it looks incredibly beautiful. And we know how important it is accessing water for boosting well-being and mental health. And I look forward to hearing more about the plans as they develop.
Josh Bobrey.
Mr. Speaker, catastrophic failures at Southern Water's water treatment works in Eastbourne has led to extensive sewage discharges, a stench stinking out our town, and a matter of days ago, the accidental discharge of millions of plastic biobeads into our sea. Will the Minister urgently meet with me to discuss how we can force Southern Water to finally get the grip of their appalling failures at our water treatment works?
I thank him for that question. I, like him, am appalled by this plastic pollution incident affecting his constituencies and nearby constituencies in Camber Sands. We are holding Southern Water to account. There needs to be a thorough investigation of what happened. And as my honourable friend said, who has been in touch with both the Water Company and the Environment Agency, the immediate priority is to address the damage caused. But we need to ask questions about why this wasn't uncovered earlier. And myself or the Water Minister would be very happy to meet with him.
Sean Davis.
Given the government's focus on strengthening skills in the agri-tech food sector, will the Secretary of State join me to visit Harper Adams University's new Telford facility at the Quad to see how the industry, higher and further education facilities, including Telford College, are working together to develop and diversify the pipeline to help her department diversify skills in the sector?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're fully supportive of collaboration by industry, higher and further education to strengthen skills in the agri-food sector. I'm going to be visiting Harper Adams. That visit is already in the diary, and if my right honourable friend wants to join me, he's more than welcome.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm what enforcement action the Environment Agency is taking against Viridor, the operator of the Beddington ERF, due to 18 months of exceedances of daily limits of NOx, and also confirm that the permit increase request for the ERF will finally be refused?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable gentleman raises a really important issue. He'll know that, of course, there is a live enforcement action ongoing, so it would be inappropriate for me to comment further on specific details. But if he wants to have a private conversation, I'd be happy to arrange one.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Water Minister for meeting with me recently to talk about the issues on Tapton Terrace and on the River Hipper in my constituency. We're grateful for the money she's found for the plans to look into this. But can she tell us how we can speed up? There's great impatience about getting people on Tapton Terrace protected in my constituency.
Minister.
My honourable friend raises a really important issue, and I know how deeply felt the losses in his constituency and how seriously he, and I hope he recognises I am taking this as well. And of course, I'll do everything I can to support him with this.
Final question to Desmond Sway.
Why has capital investment in agriculture collapsed? It's the family farm tax, isn't it?
Minister.
No, it isn't the family farm tax. The honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, should be patient to see what our plans for future farming is.
Right, we'll let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to oral questions to the Solicitor General, Rachel Hopkins.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, since April 2020, the SFO has recovered over £550 million from criminals for the UK taxpayer. But this government wants to go further and is investing millions in expanding the SFO's capabilities. Under our plan for change, we will crack down on fraud and ensure that crime does not pay.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Serious Fraud Office's first use of an unexplained wealth order to return more than £1 million that have been stolen from the public. How will the Solicitor General support efforts to expand the use of unexplained wealth orders to target those criminals who've defrauded innocent victims?
Yeah.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question. On the 9th of September, the Serious Frauds Office secured £1.1 million from the sale of a Lake District house in an investigation involving its first use of an unexplained wealth order connected to the assets of the wife of convicted fraudster Timothy Scholes. This innovative use of the legislation showcases the SFO's resolve to pursue criminal assets wherever they are hidden and exploring new methods to recover funds for victims and for the public purse.
Steph Ackrow.
Mr. Speaker, one way that the Serious Fraud Office can be made more effective is with access to more registers of beneficial overseas interests. We know that fraudsters and tax dodgers and crooks are exploiting the financial secrecy in those territories to hide their ill-gotten gains. Does the Solicitor General agree that this would empower the Serious Fraud Office to secure more prosecutions for economic crime and get dodged taxes back to the Treasury and let us invest more in public services in North Norfolk?
Solicitor General.
I'm grateful for that question, and the Serious Frauds Office is constantly looking at ways to clamp down on fraud and economic crime. For example, the SFO is committed to working closer with French and Swiss partners through the Anti-Corruption Prosecutorial Task Force to make sure that we are robustly tackling cross-border economic crime and protect our future prosperity as part of our plan for change.
Yeah. John Whitby.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Solicitor.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 2 and 9 together. Rural crime can destroy our landscapes, jeopardise businesses and, over time, break down communities. This government is committed to cracking down on crime and disorder in rural areas with tougher powers on antisocial behaviour, farm theft and fly tipping. The CPS have appointed a national rural crime lead. Last month, they brought together prosecutors from across the country to ensure a coordinated approach to prosecution.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year in my constituency...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. In Derbyshire, we've seen a significant increase in reports of agricultural crime, with police figures earlier this year showing a 45% increase in the past 12 months. Earlier this year, one of my constituents, Jane Bassett, had a farm broken into and had a significant amount of specialised equipment stolen. These attacks can be traumatic for victims due to how isolated many farms are, and they are targets for criminals due to their high-value equipment. What steps are being taken to ensure that those who target our hard-working farmers and their equipment and machinery are successfully prosecuted?
Yeah. Well, I'm very sorry to hear about the terrible experience of my honourable friend's constituent. I recognise the significant impact that the theft of equipment has on farmers, both financially and on their well-being too. The government recently announced an £800,000 funding boost for the National Rural Crime Unit and National Wildlife Crime Unit. These dedicated police units will increase collaboration across police forces, harness the latest technology and data to target the serious organised crime groups involved in farm equipment theft.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year in my constituency of Horsham, I carried out a survey amongst farmers in which they said that they don't bother to report over a third of rural crime because they felt not enough happened. Now, I don't want to say nothing has been done because we do now have a specialist rural crime unit across Sussex. However, there is an issue with police call centres where staff do not appear to understand rural issues. Can the Minister look at improving training for call centres in my constituency of Horsham and across the country?
I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this important issue, and I can certainly pick up with Home Office colleagues in relation to police response. But the government is committed to implementing, for example, the Equipment Theft Act 2023, which aims to prevent the theft and resale of high-value equipment, particularly for use in an agricultural setting. And the National Police Chiefs Council's Wildlife and Rural Crime Strategy provides a framework through which policing and its partners can work together to tackle the most prevalent threats and emerging issues which predominantly affect rural communities.
Andy Slaughter, Chair of the Select.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend says, rural crime is often organised crime these days. And a lot of that is county lines. And that by its nature is cross-jurisdictional. So in other words, different parts of CPS, different police forces are involved. What's she doing to ensure that that coordination happens to tackle those type of offences? Since it is obviously, as far as the criminals are concerned, it's a national enterprise.
Sir General.
I thank my honourable friend for raising that really important point about county lines. The CPS has significantly increased its provision of early advice for county lines cases, working with law enforcement to ensure that all cases are as strong as possible. The CPS has prosecution guidance on county lines that provides an overview of the approach to be taken in criminal investigations and prosecutions, as well as guidance on decision-making in gang-related offences, which provides practical advice on building the strongest possible case. And of course, the Crime and Policing Bill would introduce 2 new offences relevant in this area: child criminal exploitation and cuckooing.
John Lamb.
Mr Speaker, rural and farm crime is a big problem in my constituency in the Scottish borders, but it operates across the border between Scotland and England. So what discussions has she had with authorities in Scotland to ensure higher prosecution rates for those operating cross-border?
Solicitor General.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. I've set out some of the measures that this government is taking to tackle rural crime, but I'm happy to take up that issue for Secretary of State for Scotland to see what more can be done to work across borders.
Jacob Adam.
Question number 3, please.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 3 and 7 together. This government places victims' experience at the very heart of the justice system and is determined to restore their faith. I also want to acknowledge the sad passing of Baroness Newlove, who worked tirelessly for victims. Through its Victim Transformation Programme, the CPS is reshaping its service to victims. I recently visited a rape and serious sexual offences unit in the West Midlands and heard firsthand about the work victim liaison officers do to offer crucial support. And I'm pleased that this service is now being piloted to victims of domestic abuse as well.
General for her answer. However, a constituent of mine contacted me in a severe state of distress, understandably as she is a victim of sexual abuse. Unfortunately, her distress was further compounded by the fact that her criminal trial date was postponed not only once, but twice. All this whilst her perpetrator is walking free in her neighbourhood, and this is causing her immense anxiety and impacting her mental health. So can I ask the Secretary-General to outline what support the justice system can give to my constituent and other victims of severe sexual violence, especially with long court delays, and what steps she will take to ensure no victim is left to feel abandoned by the system again?
Solicitor General.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and I want to say that I'm very sorry to hear about the experience of his constituent, and I'm sure thoughts are with them. This government inherited a justice system in crisis with record and rising Crown Court case load. Next year, we'll fund the Crown Courts to run at a record level to tackle the outstanding caseload by funding 110,000 sitting days. The independent review of the criminal courts considered how to improve overall criminal court efficiency, which will mean swifter justice for victims, including victims of sexual offences. The CPS have introduced victim liaison officers into RASO units to offer extra support to victims, particularly where they are facing delays to their trials.
Just after.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's ambitious mission to reduce violence against women and girls. Many survivors who experience sexual assault will never go to the police or press charges due to the appallingly low conviction rates and fears of being re-traumatised during court proceedings. Given the alarming statistic that 1 in 4 women have been sexually assaulted since the age of 16, what steps is the government taking to make reporting and pressing charges a more realistic prospect for survivors?
Solicitor General.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. This government is committed to halving violence against women and girls, and it's my #1 priority as Solicitor General. The barriers victims of rape and serious sexual violence face in this country is unacceptable, and the CPS is committed to improve its performance. These efforts are beginning to have an impact. Referral volumes for adult rape are on a sustained upward trend, and in the last quarter, conviction volumes were at their highest level since 2016.
Tom Tugundar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that over recent months we've discovered that the whole country has been a victim of crime, from foreign espionage, from state aggression, and from any number of different forms of hostile activity, will the Attorney-General be kind enough to give a statement explaining how he's actually representing our interests rather than preaching to us how the law doesn't defend us and we just need to take it?
Solicitor General.
I made a statement, I answered a question in this House a few weeks ago on the China case, which I expect the honourable gentleman is referring to. The government has already made clear it is deeply disappointed in the outcome of this case, as has already been confirmed by the CPS and Senior Treasury Counsel. The decision to offer no evidence in this case was made by the CPS without political influence, including by myself or any other law officer. And as the Attorney-General has outlined in some detail in evidence he gave at a recent committee hearing, where a case can no longer proceed because of evidential reasons, as happened in this case, then the requirement is that the CPS informs the Attorney-General of the decision as soon as it is taken.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Victims in the criminal justice system deserve to be kept fully informed of developments in their case. Can the Solicitor General set out how she's working with the Crown Prosecution Service to improve those communications for victims, and note again the very valuable work of Baroness Newlove as former Victims Commissioner in this space? Thank you.
Solicitor General.
Thank my honourable friend for that question. And the issue of support for victims is particularly fresh in my mind, as I visited one of the CPS's RASO units just a few weeks ago in the West Midlands and heard firsthand about the important work that victim liaison officers within the CPS are doing to support victims through their experience of the criminal justice system. Something that I have pressed the CPS on is making sure that their communications with victims are of the highest possible standard, ensuring letters have empathy and are the best they can possibly do, and it's something that I will continue to monitor closely.
Ben Maguire, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to welcome the Solicitor General to her place. Domestic abuse survivors face serious barriers accessing legal aid in the family courts. The current legal aid means test takes the abuser's income into account when assessing a victim's eligibility. Unless the survivor can prove economic abuse, which is extremely difficult, or that they no longer live with the abuser, yet abusers typically control finances, they can withhold documentation, disqualifying victims from receiving the support they need. Would the Solicitor General please consider the recommendation of the Bar Council and make an exemption for domestic abuse survivors from this means test?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I know he is a big champion on this issue. Victims of economic abuse face real challenges in getting justice, and the honourable member is right to draw attention to this issue. Legal aid is a matter for the Ministry of Justice, but I will commit to speaking with my ministerial colleagues on this issue and providing him with a full written response.
Question number 4, sir.
The General.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 4, 5 and 10 together. Tackling violence against women and girls is a top priority for this government and for me. With the CPS, I am utterly determined to drive improvements in performance across the breadth of VOG offences. On domestic abuse, the CPS launched their joint justice plan with policing in November 2024. Over the last year, this has led to a 10% increase in charge volumes and a 7% increase in conviction volumes. Before the end of the year, the CPS plans to externally launch its own VOG strategy, which aims to drive similar improvements across other VOG offences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in my constituency of Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, I recently visited the inspirational charity called Restore, which provides vital refuge for women fleeing domestic abuse. Speaking with the dedicated staff there, I was concerned to learn that victims of domestic abuse in rural areas, like parts of my constituency, are only half as likely to report their abuse as others. So what steps is the CPS taking to ensure that victims in rural communities like mine are confident to come forward?
Well, I'd like to thank Restore for their excellent work. Their organisation has been diligently supporting victims of domestic abuse for decades now. Under the Joint Justice Plan, CPS areas and police forces have worked together to tailor their response to domestic abuse, addressing local priorities and community needs, including those in rural areas. In the new year, police and CPS will hold a joint knowledge-sharing event on domestic abuse in rural areas to build improved understanding of the barriers these victims often face.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2024-2025, Northumberland Domestic Abuse Service, or NDAS, supported 555 adult survivors of domestic abuse and responds to thousands of domestic abuse incidents across Northumberland. Sadly, many of those incidents involve children. Will the Solicitor General meet with me and with Sharon Brown from NDAS, who sat in the public gallery, to discuss steps to improving support for victims of domestic abuse in rural areas?
Solicitor General.
My honourable friend's question is another example of the enormously important work that organisations such as NDAS do supporting survivors of domestic abuse, and welcome Sharon to the gallery today and pay tribute to her and her colleagues. I'll be delighted to meet with you both to discuss what more can be done to support victims in rural areas, particularly with our CPS colleagues.
Tristan Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prosecutions and convictions of domestic abuse have dramatically fell under the last government, which impacted constituents across all of our areas, including Chatham and Aylesford. What steps is the government taking to increase the levels of prosecutions and convictions for this heinous crime?
Solicitor General.
For several years now, the CPS has maintained a high and steady charge rate of around 80% and a conviction rate of 75%. This government is taking radical action to ensure that we see more cases coming into and progressing through the system. We've introduced RANIM's law, which embeds domestic abuse specialists in 999 control rooms, and have launched domestic abuse protection orders, which go further than any other order to protect victims.
Roger Gale.
Prosecution Service and with the Home Secretary how best the Metropolitan Police may be encouraged to expedite their inquiry into the crimes of those who aided and abetted Mohammed Fayed, so that those who suffered violence and rape at his hands may be brought to book.
Solicitor General.
The honourable gentleman raises a really serious and important case, and I'm sure the thoughts of the House are with the victims. As the honourable gentleman is aware, I can't speak to matters where there are live criminal investigations, but I'm grateful for him to raising this extremely important issue, which myself and other ministerial colleagues are following closely.
Yes, Brown Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prosecution rates in cases of violence against women and girls are harmed by requirements on the police to provide the CPS with redacted evidence under GDPR legislation. Given the wider delays already affecting our justice system, does the Attorney-General agree that it would be prudent to remove the GDPR-related redaction burden from the police, thereby improving the efficiency of the CPS's work and reducing the unnecessary workload on policing?
Solicitor General.
Thank the Honourable Lady for that question. It's certainly something that I'd be very happy to discuss with CPS colleagues and provide a full response to.
Wolfos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the safeguarding review into the murder of my 10-year-old constituent, Zara Sharif, was published. The response from that inquiry is what I feared. That the state could have protected her and saved her life, but didn't, especially Surrey County Council. Please will the Solicitor General agree to meet with me to ensure that we can urgently implement the 15 recommendations of that report to protect future children and girls?
Solicitor General.
Thank you for raising what was...
Sorry. Can I just say to the honourable member, the question was being answered, and as a senior member, he should know better than walking from us.
Thank you for raising what is an extremely serious and tragic case. It's important that it's been raised in this House. I will certainly look at those recommendations very closely and ensure that the Honourable Member gets a meeting with either myself or the relevant Minister.
We come to Shadow Solicitor General Helen Brown.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also would like to welcome the Right Honourable Lady to her place. She is indeed my third Solicitor General in the last 12 months, and I also look forward to working with her constructively where we can and having healthy debate in this chamber in the weeks and months to come. I would also like to associate myself with her remarks on the sad passing of Baroness Newlove. I had the honour of working with her when I was the Victims Minister. She was a great champion of victims, and she will be very, very sadly missed. Mr. Speaker, violence against women and girls is a scourge. It wrecks families and it ruins lives. And one of the most sickening aspects of it is cruelty and abuse to children. Currently, there is no national mechanism to track down and monitor serious child cruelty offenders after service of their sentences. Her ministerial colleague, the member for Rother Valley, at report stage of the sentencing bill, said this, and I quote, "A problem in the system has been identified, and we are determined to fix it. It simply cannot be right that some horrific child abusers can have access to children, live with children, and work with children at the end of their sentences without any system of monitoring or notification." The Minister went on to welcome the offer of cross-party talks. He also promised to work at speed to establish a child cruelty register. So can the Solicitor General please update the House on what concrete steps have been taken since then?
Solicitor General.
I thank the Honourable Member for that question and raising the extremely important issue of child abuse. I will ensure that I work with the member for Rother Valley and will respond to her in full on those points that she raises today.
Helen Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The campaign to introduce this child cruelty register has been led tirelessly by Paula Hudgell. Paula Hudgell is the adoptive mother of 11-year-old Tony Hudgell. Very sadly, Paula has now been diagnosed with terminal cancer. Tony was just 41 days old when his birth parents abused him so badly that he had to have both of his legs amputated. Tony will need to live with the consequences of these injuries for the rest of his lives. So will the Solicitor General agree to not just work with, but also work at speed with her colleagues at the Ministry of Justice, who do seem keen to support Paula's campaign, hopefully with an amendment to the sentencing bill in the House of Lords? We must take this opportunity to close this dangerous safeguarding gap so all of our children and families can be protected from repeat abusers.
Well, thank you for raising the tragic case of Tony Hudgell, and I know that his parents, along with the member for Westmoreland, who's no longer in his place, have campaigned tirelessly for Tony and his family. I'm very sorry to hear about Paula's diagnosis. I'm sure the thoughts of the House with her and the family. I will, of course, take this away and do everything I can along with Home Office and Justice Ministers and will respond to full on the points that she raises.
That completes question. Let front bench change over. Right, we now come to business questions. Shall leave the House. Jesse Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business for the week commencing 17th of November will include Monday the 17th of November, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. Tuesday the 18th of November, second reading of the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill. Wednesday the 19th of November, consideration of Lord's amendments to the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, followed by Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Property Digital Assets Bill. Thursday the 20th of November, debate on a motion on the subject of International Men's Day, followed by a debate on a motion on an Injury in Service Award. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. On Friday the 21st of November, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 24th of November include Monday the 24th of November, remaining stages of the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, Day 1. Tuesday the 25th of November, remaining stages of the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, Day 2. Wednesday the 26th of November, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will deliver her budget statement. Thursday the 27th of November, continuation of the budget debate. Friday the 28th of November, the House will not be sitting. Monday the 1st of December, continuation of the budget debate. And Tuesday the 2nd of December, conclusion of the budget debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I speak for many members when I thank you and the whole of the Speaker's office for the work you have put in to make this past week of remembrance so memorable. The Gardens of Remembrance, the projection of images from the Second World War onto the Elizabeth Tower, the wreath laying in Westminster Hall, and much else, all these things, I know, took a huge amount of organisation, coordination and hard work. So thank you to you and your office. I'd also draw the attention of colleagues to the launch of the project to build the Remembrance Clock at the National Arboretum, and I hope that they in turn will dig deep to support that. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of exchanging news stories that the Leader and I have developed over the past 2 or 3 weeks, let me give you a raft, if I may, of intriguing items. 9 former 4-star generals have condemned the government's treatment of veterans on Remembrance Day. 1 million more people are now claiming universal credit than a year ago without any need to have to look for a job. The Chancellor gave an unexpected early press conference, apparently to prepare people for major tax rises, and the Prime Minister has acknowledged yesterday the rise in national insurance. Junior doctors have announced a 5-day strike starting tomorrow in pursuit of a 26% pay rise on top of the woefully inadequate, as they would see it, 29% received last year. Number 10, Downing Street has insisted that the Prime Minister has full confidence in Morgan McSweeney and that he, or perhaps it's Mr McSweeney, will still be Prime Minister at the next election. Mr. Speaker, it's rightly been said that our country has moved from being post-war to being pre-war. In recent weeks, we've seen a marked escalation of the conflict in Ukraine. Russian forces have made gains in and around the city of Pokrovsk, threatening to cut transport routes and displace thousands more civilians. Missile and drone attacks on energy and transport infrastructure have intensified, with serious consequences for Ukraine's ability to sustain its economy through the winter. These developments follow reports of a significant increase in Russian arms production and continued circumvention of sanctions through covert oil and gas shipments. At the same time, international aid flows have slowed and Ukrainian forces are facing actual or potential shortages of money, ammunition and equipment. All this, I would suggest, underlines the need for Parliament to take stock. 3 years into the conflict, the nature of the war is shifting and now demands renewed strategic coordination among Ukraine's allies. In this context, I'd like to ask the leader to commit to keeping back December 4th for the backbench debate on Ukraine requested by my brilliant Right Honourable colleague, the member for Harwich, where is he, over there, and North Essex, and agreed by the Backbench Business Committee. By my calculation, we have not had a general debate on Ukraine on the floor of the House since February of this year, and not on a substantial motion since 2023. This debate would allow the House to review the current worrying state of military preparedness and the humanitarian situation, the position on frozen Russian financial assets held in Europe, the status of occupied territories which Russia claims quite wrongly for itself, the government's approach to long-range defensive support and sanctions enforcement. It would allow us to examine the diplomatic context. It would allow us to test government policy and cross-departmental coordination, and to bring the very diverse range of expertise and knowledge across this House to bear on a crucial issue facing the entire continent of Europe. And above all, it would allow this House of Commons as an institution to brief itself in full and demonstrate that strong sense of unity that exists in this country on the vital defence of our sovereign ally, Ukraine. The House has been steadfast in its support for Ukraine, and rightly so, but as the conflict evolves, we must ensure our response evolves with it. Now, it is possible that the leader's genius for prognostication and intelligence gathering may have already caused him to form a supportive view of this request, but if not, I ask very much that he have the government make time for this timely and important debate on December 4th.
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very early in the day, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you. I thank the Shadow Leader for his remarks, and I join with him very much in thanking you, Mr. Speaker, and indeed all House staff for this week's work on remembrance events. It's a real opportunity each year when we come together, not just as a House but as a nation, to pay collective tribute to those who've served and who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And may I also join with him in drawing attention of members to the remembrance clock at the National Memorial Arboretum, which will serve as a permanent memorial to MPs, peers, journalists and staff who died in war, conflict and because of acts of terrorism. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that you have written to members with this regard. You and the Lord Speaker have done so. And I join with the Shadow Leader in asking, where possible, colleagues may wish to contribute to that fund. I also, Mr. Speaker, draw attention to the fact that today the government has published its response to the UK Commission on COVID commemoration, setting out plans to mark this period in our nation's history. My thoughts and those of the government are with the many families who suffered devastating loss of a loved one during this time. And I know a number of the COVID-19 bereaved families are represented here in Parliament today. We thank them for all that they do to provide support to others in their grief. And the commemorative programme will ensure that as a country we do not forget. This month also marks a number of important awareness campaigns, Mr. Speaker. November is Men's Mental Health Month, which raises awareness and tackles stigma surrounding men's mental health and encourages men to seek help and support when they need it. We also recognise Islamophobia Awareness Month. Islamophobia has no place in our society. The government is very clear that we must challenge and eradicate all forms of Islamophobia and ensure that everyone feels safe in their community. And Mr. Speaker, I also come to the I will come to the Shadow Leader's points in a moment, but I'm sure the whole House will join with me in welcoming the Transport Secretary's announcement yesterday about plans aimed at reducing long waiting lists for driving tests and preventing slots being sold on at inflated prices. This is good news because I know many of our constituents take a keen interest in this, but it's also important to note that many members across the floor have raised this question during business questions and indeed other parliamentary occasions. And it's evidence, if we need it, Mr. Speaker, that the government is listening to those concerns and is taking action. Let me turn now to the Shadow Leader's remarks and to some extent put aside his knockabout, except to point out, of course, that it is true that more people are moving across to universal credit because they're moving across to universal credit. The system was always planned that people would move across to the new system, so there's no great surprise there. On the more serious point that he raises, though, on the question of Ukraine, we stand firm in our support for Ukraine and its sovereignty. I'm not just talking about this government, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about this House. And it's really important that we get an opportunity to discuss these matters. And I will take very seriously his reasonable request that we have a debate, certainly before the end of this year. And because the government does stand shoulder to shoulder with the people of Ukraine, we have, I think, a good record of bringing the matter back to the House, particularly through statements, in order that the House is updated on any developments. But I do want to also give the House an opportunity to debate the matter more fully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 families in High Green in my constituency have now waited 2 years for a scheme of works to their social houses, which was originally estimated to take just 12 weeks. This is completely unacceptable. I visited them last week and saw that work has been completed to a substandard, creating damp, mould issues and causing damage to property and personal possessions. This has left families with a horrific impact on their well-being and mental health. The Renters' Rights Act has now become law. Will the Leader of the House tell me how I can secure a meeting with the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to discuss how they can further empower Sheffield City Council to hold these contractors to account under the new Decent Homes standards in the Renters' Rights Act to enable the works to finally be completed to a high standard for my constituents in High Green?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a doughty advocate for her constituents. This sounds like an untenable situation for some of her constituents. She is absolutely right that the Renters' Rights Act will transform the experience of private renting, and we have also brought AWAB's law into force in the social rented sector. I will ensure that she gets a meeting with the Minister so that she can make her case directly and find out further about what the government intends.
Bobby Dean, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I join the Leader of the House and the Conservative shadow as well in thanking you and all the staff for their role that they played in organising the remembrance events of the past week. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to focus on Ukraine this week. Russia's war is rumbling on, and we're about to enter a long and cold winter where it looks like temperatures will drop below 20 degrees. And we hear that Vladimir Putin has got a vicious plot to attack the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, threatening the heat supplied to the very homes that families are trying to survive in. And as Russia makes these advances, it does feel somewhat that Britain and its allies have reached a bit of a stalling point. We are standing around wondering whether or not it's legitimate to seize Russian assets. We are worried about potential future legal claims by the Russian state. And all the while, Putin is pouring petrol into his war machine. Mr. Speaker, I feel that the time for deliberation is surely over. There have been several routes through this legal route proposed, and I think the time now is to act. In the meantime, one of the weapons we do have in our armoury is the sanctions against Russia, and it's not only important to impose these sanctions, but to enforce them as well. And so it was quite shocking this week, Mr. Speaker, to learn that the government were unable to explain why over £30 million worth of Russian planes were imported into the UK. And I note, Mr. Speaker, that the Office Financial Sanctions implementation is much smaller than its equivalent in the US and the EU. And I wonder whether in this debate that we may have about Ukraine before the end of the year, where we could focus on the role of OFSI, where we can determine whether or not it's adequate and whether it has the resources to properly deal with the scale and importance of the UK sanctions regime today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman is right. Addressing Ukraine's financial needs is absolutely vital for ensuring that the Ukrainians can continue to defend themselves against Russian aggression. He is also right that the UK is determined, I can confirm, is determined to make progress on this issue at pace. But he also understands, I'm sure, that it does involve working with other partners in this regard. So there is no intention not to move at pace. But there are other people involved in this discussion as well. Whether Russia has a plot for a new stage in the campaign or not, we continue to bolster Ukraine's armed forces and increase pressure on Russia to come to the negotiating table because, of course, we all want to see an end to the conflict. And in that vein, because he mentioned sanctions, we're pleased that the United States has joined UK in sanctioning Lukoil and Rosneft. It's very important. But as he also points out, it is important that we enforce those sanctions too. He raises some interesting points about whether or not the regime is robust enough. But as he also points out, if we are to have a debate before the end of the year, this is the very sort of thing that he might want to raise himself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children and adults across Stourbridge and the wider Black Country are being prevented from accessing vital care and support due to all new shared care agreements being stopped since the start of September. The Black Country ICB placed blame on GP surgeries, but have since discovered this was under instruction of the ICB. With some children out of school, some adults out of work, without further support, does he agree that ICBs need to prioritise funding for these patients and not leave them waiting any longer?
Yes, I do agree, Mr. Speaker. We are absolutely committed to ensure that everyone has access to the care and support that they need, and we recognise that demand for that support has grown nationally, which is one of the reasons why we've invested over £1 billion in SEND to create a system that supports every child. But as the House will know, we do intend to go forward with this matter, bring forward a consultation and ultimately legislation. The ADH Task Force published their final report last week, and I'll make sure that the House is updated on the government's response.
Acting Chair of the Backbench Committee, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chairman sends his apologies for his absence today. And I can say that when we met on Tuesday, we again had great difficulty in allocating the many applications that we are receiving. And the usual plea to the leader, of course, is that we want as much time possible so that we can accommodate all the various applications. I welcome his acknowledgement of an early debate on Ukraine, which came before the committee on Tuesday via my right honourable friend from Harwich. In addition to the debates the leader has said in the chamber next week, in Westminster Hall, there will be a debate on Tuesday on the 80th anniversary of UNESCO, and on Thursday, inequalities faced by unpaid carers and World COPD Day. I would urge members who want debates for specific to coincide with specific events to think early, because we are now looking at February and March for allocation of time. Mr. Speaker, turning to my own question for the leader, yesterday, I'm sure along with many other members, I attended the drop-in session organised by the Samaritans and the Centre for Countering Digital Hate. And they showed me the template letters being produced by AI that in effect encourage particularly young and vulnerable people to consider suicide. I mean, this is an appalling state of affairs, and I recognise that ministers are looking at all aspects surrounding the digital world and so on, but it would be, I'm sure, agreed by the whole House if we could take urgent action to combat this, and I would hope the leader could perhaps bring the minister forward to give a statement about how we intend approaching this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the question of backbench business, he will know that I'm committed to making sure that the committee has the time that it needs, but he will also know that it is a busy time of the year, and there's plenty of legislation, not least coming back from the other plays, but also, of course, we're approaching budget season. But I take very seriously the points he makes, because inevitably the issues that members want to raise are serious matters. On the second point that he raises, can I thank him not just for raising the question, but for the tone in which he raised it as well. He's done a lot of work on these matters, and it's incredibly serious matters that he puts before us because they impact our constituents. I'd also like to commend the Samaritans, the Centre Against Digital Hate, and all other organisations that support people on these issues. And I will make sure that he gets a response from the relevant minister on what we intend to do to combat these matters. And of course, if it's appropriate, to bring forward a statement to the House.
Just to help the House, I'm going to run this till 11:45 with a lot of business today. So if we can speed up the questions and answers, hopefully we'll get nearly everybody in. Bagby Shankar with the best example.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. ASG's 100-strong Derby workforce show exactly why we're a proud city of makers, but the Jaguar Land Rover cyber attack left them on a cliff edge with no certainty for work. Does my right honourable friend recognise the vital importance of companies like ASG across the supply chain, and does he agree that we must do as much as we can to help them prevent against these cyber attacks?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do recognise that. Cyber security is a key priority for the government. We are working with the National Cyber Security Centre to provide businesses with the tools, advice and support that they need to protect themselves, including the companies that he talks about, against cyber attacks. And the Cyber Security and Resilience Bill was introduced to Parliament yesterday, which will ensure that the UK is better protected to face down cyber criminals and state-backed actors.
Esther Macbeth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Leader of the House encourage the Health Secretary to break off from his leadership bid to come to the House for a few minutes to explain what progress is being made on ensuring Knutsford gets its new medical centre that health professionals, the public and I believe are essential?
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Speaker, I'll get there eventually. The Health Secretary, Mr. Speaker, the Health Secretary is no stranger to coming to this House in order to update the House on the excellent work which he and his department are doing. I don't have knowledge of the specific case. I wonder whether it's one of those centres that were promised by the previous government when the money didn't exist. But I will draw that to the attention of the Health Secretary, and perhaps the Right Honourable Lady may wish to meet with him to make a case herself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the words from the Leader of the House about the COVID memorial response? Last Friday, I met in my constituency with some bereaved families led ably by my constituent Lynn Jones, whose husband Gareth sadly passed away. We're working on a local COVID memorial in Stoke-on-Trent. So could I encourage the Leader to have a statement on today's announcement so that this House can remember the names and the lives of those who are lost, but also explore with the Minister how the aspirations set out today can be translated into memorials up and down the country.
Mr. Speaker, I think perhaps we should go one stage further, actually, and perhaps through backbench business or indeed an adjournment debate, have a debate so that not only can the Minister go through what is being announced, but because these issues affect every member of this House, that we're all able to raise relevant constituency cases as the House comes together to remember what were very, very dark days.
Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Queen Elizabeth Foundation for Disabled People is a charity that's been active for over 90 years and is based in my constituency with nationwide partners. It's gone into administration and is now on day 3 of a 28 wind down. This will cause severe disruption to the 20,000 disabled people a year they support. One family member told me that she hasn't slept properly since hearing the charity will close. The organisation has treated 132 NHS patients in the last year, and there'll be an overall loss of 48 NHS beds. Whilst the NHS has agreed to buy the building, it won't be using it immediately, but another offer from a separate charity would allow them to keep operating, but their hands are tied by the Pension Protection Fund. So does the Leader of the House agree that the government has urgently set out plans to say this essential service for disabled people, rescue 250 jobs and meet urgently in the next week to discuss this?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will draw this to the attention of the relevant Health Minister to make sure that she gets the response that she needs.
Natalie Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Special educational needs families in Bolsover and across Derbyshire are let down by our dire education services that were ripped to ruin by the Tories and now are being failed by reform. Yeah. I met with families earlier in this year, and I heard heartbreaking stories of how they and their babies are being let down. It was horrendous. They are being ignored by the Reform Council. Letters aren't being responded to and cases aren't being progressed. Children are out of education as a result. Shame. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that Reform Derbyshire County Council must improve its special educational needs services and deliver for children across Derbyshire?
Yeah. Yes, I do, Mr Speaker. I've already said in an earlier answer that the government takes SEND reform very seriously indeed, because the system is broken. However, it is even worse where local authorities have a responsibility to do better and they don't do it. But typically of reform, they over-offer and they underachieve. And I hope that they get their powerful message that my honourable friend has delivered today.
Sir Bernard Jim.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend, the Shadow Leader of the House, and others for pressing the case for a backbench debate on Ukraine. May I just I also thank the Leader of the House for considering the matter favourably. Can I just emphasise the importance of having a resolution on the order paper for such a debate that particularly raises issues like the missing children, the atrocities, the need for long-range weaponry, the need for increased sanctions. This conflict is at a tipping point, and a clear statement, a united statement from this House of solidarity with Ukraine would be an important message to send to Ukraine and our allies and to our adversaries.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful for the right honourable gentleman for the way in which he raises this, and let me give a commitment that if we're able to find time for the debate that we're talking about, that I will speak to him and indeed his front bench to ensure that when we get that debate, if the House agrees to the motion that comes forward, and I suspect they will, that it is one of unity across this House.
Alistair Strappel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of visiting Hitchin Boys School to see pupils across the year groups debating how we could do more to protect them from online harm. Now, in their thoughtful, considerate, informed approach to debating, I think there's probably some things we could all learn in this place. But it was also informed by some deep and troubling testimony about the risks they've been exposed to online. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating them on having such a fantastic discussion of this important topic? And could we have a debate here in this place about what more we can do as a government to ensure we're protecting young people right across the country?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I absolutely join him in congratulating the pupils of Hitchin Boys School, discussing a topic of huge importance. The Online Safety Act provides stronger protection for children, and we've launched a study into the effects of smartphone and social media use on children. My honourable friend may wish to seek a debate in order that he can make the points to the whole House.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are in a farming emergency with the family farm tax, the early cutting off of SFI, watering down measures to prevent equipment theft from farms. Yet this morning, members across all sides of the House were wanting to question DEFRA ministers. We're unable to do so because the government persists in keeping DEFRA questions at just 40 minutes. So will the Leader of the House look at extending DEFRA questions to a full hour so that rural communities aren't left behind?
Mr Speaker, I will look at that, but as he knows, if one thing expands, then something else is squeezed. So maybe I will look at it, but it's perhaps not as easy as he suggests.
Have a good weekend. Carolyn Harris.
Mr Speaker. Last week during International Trade Week, my dear and honourable friend, the member for Newport East, and I jointly hosted a regional export trade seminar for businesses from across South Wales. As proud trader envoys, we were delighted to work with the Department of Business and Trade to offer Welsh SMEs the opportunity to learn more about export opportunities and the support available. Will the Leader of the House join us in thanking DBT colleagues, ministers and the businesses who attended for their commitment to ensuring the UK is front and centre of our global trade markets?
I thank the Business and Trade Department for the excellent work that they're doing and for the businesses that take part, because they are the key to growing our economy. But let me also place on record my thanks to her and other trade envoys for the excellent work that they do.
Morgan.
Very much, Mr Speaker. 16 years of Conservative mismanagement of Shropshire Council, combined with successive governments' failures to understand the needs of rural local authorities, have left Shropshire Council with a dire financial emergency and in need of exceptional financial support. This situation is extremely critical, and I wonder if the Leader of the House could assist me in arranging a meeting with the Secretary of State and the relevant MPs for Shropshire to understand how we can press the Secretary of State to ensure that Shropshire receives that support.
Yes, I can, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My right honourable friend will be aware of the appalling environmental pollution incident in Camber Sands in East Sussex last week.
Shocking.
A few days later, we had huge sewage dumps around the seas in my constituency of East Thanet, leaving beaches in Ramsgate and Broadstairs effectively unusable. Now, not only does this have appalling impacts on nature, but also leaves people's confidence, affects people's confidence to use the sea for health, well-being and enjoyment all year round. Could my right honourable friend consider there being a debate in government time on the economic impact of water quality, poor water quality in particular, on our coastal towns and seaside resorts?
Mr Speaker, as a coastal MP, I absolutely share her concern about the state of not just the seas but our rivers and lakes too, and the terrible legacy that we inherited. But of course we are, through the Water Special Measures Act, taking action to clean them up. She may wish to apply for a debate, perhaps backbench business, an adjournment debate, not only to make those points but to allow other colleagues to bring their own experiences.
Fortune.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents of North Point in Bromley have suffered 8 years of disruption and uncertainty due to work to replace cladding on their building. There's a case of serious water ingress, and they've been waiting for 4 months now for a response from the MHCLG to see if any subsequent work can be funded by the ACM fund. Can we have a debate in this House on how we can protect those leaseholders and ensure that they don't suffer any disruption like my residents in Bromley are currently doing?
Mr Speaker, I'll make sure that I draw that to the attention of MHCLG ministers, and if an answer is awaited, then I'll make sure that they get the answer, and also perhaps for them to explain to him what further steps we intend to take.
Blundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Women and girls living with endometriosis are waiting on average 9 years for a full diagnosis. That's almost a decade of pain, uncertainty and endurance before they receive the targeted support that they need. Would the Leader agree with me that the soon-to-be renewed Women's Health Strategy must get a grip of these appalling wait times and ensure that all women affected are heard and finally prioritised?
I do agree, Mr Speaker. This is a debilitating and life-altering condition, and as my honourable friend has said, our renewed Women's Health Strategy will set out our longer-term vision. And again, this is an issue where concern will be across the House, and therefore my honourable friend may seek a backbench business debate or an adjournment debate.
Shambar.
Mr Speaker, Ella's Law, the Clean Air Human Rights Bill, will now not get a second reading on the 21st of November, despite wide cross-party support. So will the Leader of the House work to ensure the government makes time on Fridays or elsewhere for more of the most vital private members' bills like this, or adopts its own the measures into its own bills, such as the English Devolution Bill?
Mr Speaker, the House will know that we've had the allocation of 13 sitting Fridays. But of course, if reasons were to be brought forward, for example, to deal with amendments that might have been made to bills in the Lords, then of course the government has an open mind about what sitting Fridays might look like. I also think there's a debate to be had about how we deal with private members' bills, if I'm honest. I can't comment on whether or not these things are appropriate to be incorporated in government legislation, but you may wish to draw that to the attention of the appropriate department.
Nigel Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many of my constituents use the Warburton Toll Bridge to get to work, visit family and go about their everyday lives. However, residents in Earlham and Cadishead have been arbitrarily excluded from the local resident discount scheme, meaning that they have to pay full price, while many who live further away from the bridge receive a 50% discount. To date, Peel have not responded to inquiries I have made on behalf of my constituents. Will the Leader of the House consider a debate in government time on the need to ensure that where essential infrastructure is in private hands, appropriate oversight is in place and local needs are properly considered?
Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue, and I understand the frustration for his constituents who rely on the bridge for their daily lives. The government believes that local infrastructure should work for the community that it serves, and I'll ensure that the relevant minister hears about this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Meriden Gap is a vital route for migrating wildlife and is hugely under threat from the government's planning agenda and the dubiously vague definition of grey belt. My constituents have already made huge sacrifices for things like HS2 in villages like Balsall Common and Berkswell. Now villages like Hockley Heath, Dorridge, Knoll, Marston Green and Meriden are all under significant threat. Will the Leader of the House please write to the Secretary of State for MHCLG and try and figure out a way we can protect vital routes like the Meriden Gap and not increase the housing burden when my constituents have already made significant sacrifices?
I will draw that to the attention of the Secretary of State, but of course, as the honourable gentleman knows, it is a balance which the government wants to achieve between protecting nature but also making sure that we have the houses that we need in the country.
Manda Martin.
Mr. Speaker, during Remembrance Week, we rightly honour the service and sacrifice of our armed forces and their families. Children from armed forces families often face unique challenges in education and mobility, yet data on their outcomes and experiences remains limited. There's a need for a better recognition education policy, improved national data collection and sustained funding for professionals supporting these. Would the Leader of the House allocate time for a debate on ensuring that service children receive whole person, whole journey support and evidence-based investment to help them thrive?
Speaker, children of armed forces families do face unique challenges, and the government is aware of this and recognises that we can do better by them than has been done in the past. This, again, I think would be an issue, a good issue for a debate, so that the House can share experiences and ministers can learn more about the way forward.
Speaker, in June, I met with the former Water and Flooding Minister to press the government to adopt the measures in my Chalk Streams Sewerage Investment Bill. I was delighted by the commitments by the former minister, namely that she was going to investigate whether ministers already had the powers to instruct water companies to prioritise pipe upgrades in chalk streams and in any event to write to those water companies and ask them to do so. Could the Leader of the House please ask the new minister if they would produce a written statement to update the House on this work?
The honourable lady gets the update that she seeks, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, when the last government allowed the sale of Royal Mail to billionaire Daniel Kretinsky's company, it maintained a golden share, which I'm asking government to use. Now services are less frequent, outsourced workers are handling parcels, and postal workers feel devalued with their traditional Christmas stamps downgraded to second class. Will the Leader ask the Business Secretary to make a statement on Royal Mail, a service which should be renationalised, and ensure that our postal workers get their first-class stamps because they're simply first class?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the work of our postal workers and join with her in paying tribute to the dedication that they show, not just at this time of year, but particularly at this time of year. I understand the disappointment that workers will feel from this decision, and I will ensure that ministers have heard her concerns.
Dr. Andrew Max.
Thank you, Speaker. The Northern Ireland Troubles Bill is in the business statement. Does the Leader of the House accept that will cause some concern to many members of the armed forces and the veterans community who are worried that in years to come they may be judged by the standards of the day rather than the standards that apply when they were engaged on doing the state's business, and to further recognise that there is good evidence now that people leaving the armed forces, particularly particular parts of the armed forces, because of concerns over this. And will he ensure that at second reading and in the committee stages of this bill, adequate time is given to assuring the House that steps are being taken to remove that threat to national security?
Mr. Speaker, we're acutely aware of the concerns that the right honourable gentleman raises, which is why we are bringing forward legislation to replace legislation which was either illegal or unfit for purpose or both. And we're acutely aware of that. And may I say that my honourable friend, the former Veterans Minister, and now I think now Armed Forces Minister, has done an excellent job of raising this at the heart of government and seeking to reassure colleagues on these matters. As he points out, we are bringing forward the legislation, and we will ensure that there's time, adequate time, so that these matters can be debated properly.
Come on.
Thank
Very much, Mr. Speaker. It's the time of year when people are saving for Christmas, and a reminder that years ago thousands of savers lost tens of millions of pounds when Christmas savings scheme Fairback collapsed, which highlighted a big gap in consumer protection. Can we have an opportunity in this House to highlight the fact that finally under this government new regulations are coming in from January 26, due in no small part to my constituent, former Fairback agent Deb Harvey, working with former Minister, the member for Ellesmere Port, who've been campaigning for years, and would you join me in thanking them for helping to ensure that this doesn't happen again?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear about the successful campaigning by my honourable friend's constituent, and also to thank her for her drawing to the attention of successive governments, actually, these issues. And I just want to repeat what she has said. Well done, Deb Harvey.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I thank the Leader of the House for what he said about reforms to the driving test booking system? But could I add to what the member for Mid Buckinghamshire asked about DEFRA questions? I really wanted to raise the case of Susan Robinson and Maria La Femina, who asked me about sludge use in agriculture and what happened with the regulations. And for, I think, the second or third DEFRA questions, I wasn't able to get in. And I think it really would be worth considering whether we could extend that to the full hour, so all colleagues would have the opportunity to keep trying to catch the Speaker's eye.
I think it is important also, it might help if the front benches gave quicker answers as well. Not on this one, but
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've nothing to add really to what I've said earlier about the timing and length of questions, but he has raised that concern. If he gives me further details, then I'll draw it to the attention of ministers now, rather than wait for change.
Rachel Hopkins.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really pleased that so many nominations are rolling in for my 5th annual Luton South and South Bedfordshire Small Business Awards. There's 2 weeks to go. Keep nominating. But one of the areas where many small businesses are is the retail sector, and actually that is where the retail businesses make up 4.5% of our economy, but too many retail workers face terrible threats and abuse in the workplace. So will the Leader of the House join me in supporting Usdaws Respect Week this week and their Freedom from Fear campaign to ensure all retail workers feel safe at work?
The government is committed to supporting small businesses. They are the backbone of our local communities, and at the end of this month we will mark Small Business Saturday, which gives us a further opportunity to celebrate small businesses in our own communities. I join her in supporting and praising Usdaws' powerful campaign over a long period of time, because it's vital that hard-working retail staff are treated with respect. That's one of the reasons why we're taking action through our crime and policing bill to better safeguard staff from assault.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the town of Runcorn, in my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby, is the 16th most deprived town in the country, would the Leader of the House not agree with me that investing in education and young people's futures is key to changing this statistic? Therefore, can we have a debate in government time on new higher education facilities in areas like mine?
Mr. Speaker, improving educational opportunity, including further education, is absolutely at the heart of what the government is about. In every constituency, not just hers. And she may want to raise this not just in education questions, but also call for a debate of her own, so she can further the case.
Sir, Joe White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bassettlaws Youth Member of Parliament, Cameron Holt, had one ambition, and that was for financial literacy to be included within the national curriculum. He's been formidable, lobbying government, travelling up and down the country, speaking in schools and regional and national TV. The announcement on the National Curriculum Review with a new requirement for financial education is welcome. Will the Leader of the House join me to thank Cameron for his persistence and hard work?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Join my honourable friend in congratulating Cameron for his hard work. He sounds like a remarkable young man. He's absolutely right to put the effort in. These are crucial skills to master, and we want to reform the curriculum to improve financial literacy, starting from an early age, helping children and young people to prepare for the modern world.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I wonder if the Leader of the House could help me. When it comes to special educational needs, we've heard across the House about the concerns. My constituency have them too. It fills my inbox. He mentioned that there will be a consultation. He also mentioned there will be a white paper being brought forward. The problem is there's anxiety because they've been delayed. So would he write to the department to ask for a timetable to be set out? Because in my constituency, we're seeing an increase in EHCPs because people are concerned they may go. So there's a real anxiety in real time happening at the moment. I urge him to help.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman about the concern that particularly parents will have, but I would gently point out that his government had 14 years to put this right. And therefore, when this government is taking this head on, which we are, it does take a little bit of time to get right. But we are absolutely conscious of the need of every child to get the support that they need as soon as possible, and we are working on a timetable of what that means.
Mayor Oliver.
Mr. Speaker. On the matter of remembrance, my constituent Frank Turvey's brother was Lance Corporal Brian Turvey, nicknamed Topsy. He was just 20 years of age when he was killed in a terrorist attack in Famagusta on the 4th of May 1958, whilst on military police duties in Cyprus, just one day before he was due to return back to the UK on leave. Lance Corporal Cameron also lost his life in the same ambush. Frank remembers his mum making a cake to celebrate his brother's return when the officer turned up at their family home to inform them of that tragic news. Will the Leader of the House join me in remembering Lance Corporal Brian Turvey, Lance Corporal Cameron, and their ultimate sacrifice for this country?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, and I thank my gallant friend for raising this and remembering Lance Corporal Turvey and Lance Corporal Cameron, and indeed all of those young men and women who have lost their lives defending our country. And Remembrance Day, of course, is an opportunity particularly to remember, but for the families concerned, every day will be a day to remember. And in terms of how we commemorate that going forward, then I hope that Defence Ministers will listen to what he's saying about what further measures we can take to remember such sacrifice.
Christine John.
I should declare an interest because I have an employee who works for the company I'm about to mention, although they are not affected by the action it's taken. That company is video game company Rockstar, who's fired at least 30 employees across its UK studios, including Rockstar North in Edinburgh. Several of my constituents have been directly affected, and some came to see me last week to express those concerns. They claim they have been sacked because they were trying to unionise and discussing working conditions in private. But Rockstar have accused them of distributing confidential information and sacked them for gross misconduct. I've written to Rockstar to ask for information on the issue, but I wondered, could I have a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss what steps can be taken to support the workforce, and ask what the government is taking through, action they're taking through...
Order, please. If you don't want the people to get in, because that's what you're doing, stopping on the man, finishing at 1:45. I think the Leader must have got a grip of something there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sector she talks about is really important to the growth of the economy, but so too are rights at work, and successful companies are those that give decent rights and conditions at work, decent rights and conditions for the people they employ. So I will raise it with ministers and see what action, if any, can be taken to resolve this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the summer, I led a backbench debate to mark the 5th anniversary of COVID. One of the asks we had at that point was there should be a database to properly record all the COVID memorials around the country. So I'm delighted that DCMS have launched today an online interactive map that does exactly that. I join the Leader of the House in congratulating the families of COVID who've done so much hard work to keep their memories alive. Could the Leader of the House therefore ensure that the data released today is circulated to all honourable members so it can be promoted in our constituencies, and we ensure that all our local memorials are properly recorded upon it?
I can give him that undertaking, Mr. Speaker.
Since coming to this place, I have struggled to find out how much money the UK government is putting into the A75 road, which runs right through my Dumfries and Galloway constituency. I was astonished then to find on social media a Labour candidate saying it was £8.5 million. I asked the Secretary of State for Transport if that was correct. It's not. It's an incorrect figure. But I was also told on social media that Anna Sarwar, the leader of the Labour Party in Scotland, was responsible for this. Can the leader help me get to the bottom of this constitutional crisis where someone in another parliament pulls the strings here?
Yes, I'm not sure it's a constitutional crisis, Mr. Speaker, but I will help the honourable gentleman get to the bottom of how much actually is being committed, because I'm pretty sure it's a lot more than the previous government committed.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, this week DSIP made the very welcome announcement that animal testing in science is set to be phased out faster. This delivers on the government's manifesto pledge to strengthen animal welfare. But does the leader agree with me that as well as delivering on this commitment, we now need to deliver on the related manifesto commitment to end the fox hunting smokescreen and ban trail hunting as soon as possible? And to that end, will he help me secure a meeting with the DEFRA Secretary to discuss the timetable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join with him in welcoming the announcement by the government of an ambitious programme for animal welfare, the most ambitious in a generation, and I can assure them that the government remains committed to banning trail hunting, and we will consult on how to deliver this ban in the new year, and I will ensure that he gets a meeting with ministers.
Jim Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 50 countries have endorsed the Tropical Forest Scheme launched at COP30 in Brazil, one of the most significant global initiatives to protect tropical forests. So the UK government's decision not to contribute is shocking and a failure on emissions reduction, international nature finance and relationships with South America. So can we have a debate about the important need for the government to revisit and reverse this decision before the end of COP30?
The honourable gentleman can seek a debate, either as an adjournment debate, probably the best route, or a backbench business debate, to raise those matters and get from the Minister, if, as he is accounted to the House, is, I've no doubt to doubt its accuracy, that the Minister is able to set out why that decision is made.
Laura Ketchler.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the start of Transgender Awareness Week, and I'd like to express my solidarity and respect for the trans community in Aylesbury. I recently met with a local LGBTQ+ group, and one of the issues we discussed is the urgent need to end the harmful practice of conversion therapy, something that we committed to in our manifesto. Can the leader update me on when this will be given parliamentary time?
Yeah, we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward legislation to ban these abusive practices. It was, as my honourable friend says, and is a key manifesto commitment. I can't give her the exact time for this, but when it does come forward, there will be plenty of time for debate on the matters that she raises.
Rosendale.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents continue to suffer under the dither, delay and ineptitude of Transport for London and the Mayor, with the rebuilding of the Gallows Corner junction originally meant to be completed in September this year, now delayed to the spring. This is causing chaos in Essex and in the eastern side of London. Will he please ask the Secretary of State for Transport to take over this project and let everyone get their lives back together again and travel freely through this junction?
I will, Mr. Speaker, raise it with the Transport Secretary to see how this can be resolved.
Just Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Michelle would like to move closer to her children, but as a leaseholder she's trapped in her property. With only a short term remaining on her lease, she has tried to extend it, but the freeholder is demanding a disproportionate sum compared to the property value. On top of that, she would have to cover the freeholder's administrative fees, making the cost entirely unaffordable. For constituents like Michelle, who are essentially being held at the whim of the freeholder, leasehold reform could not be more urgent. Can the Leader of the House please ask the relevant Minister to provide an update on the Government's plans to fix the broken freehold system?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to make common hold the default tenure for flats, bringing the feudal leaseholder system to an end, and I will ensure that the House is kept updated as we publish the consultation on banning leasehold for new flats and the draft common hold and leasehold reform bill later this year.
Victoria Collins.
Mr. Speaker, celiac disease is a disease that impacts 1 in 100 people, and yet prescriptions, gluten-free food on prescription, is a postcode lottery. For Ted and his mother, who live in Redbourne, that means that they miss out, and they have seen costs go up by 40%. Please, can we have time to talk about the postcode lottery and prescriptions, including celiac disease?
Mr. Speaker, I would advise the honourable lady to seek an adjournment debate or a backbench business debate on that, because as a gluten-free person myself, I can assure you I do appreciate some of the points that she raises.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I'm sure many constituents across this House, I have been inundated with correspondence from concerned constituents on the issue of fireworks. Whether it's their use in antisocial behaviour, the impact on household pets, or the severe distress they can cause to the vulnerable, including veterans. The status quo is clearly not acceptable. So while I support organised events, does the Leader of the House agree with me that it's time to review all the legislation in this area? And would he grant a debate in government time to debate this?
Every constituency MP has had correspondence on this, particularly in recent weeks. It's a real issue at this time of year. It is important, however, that the debate is, and any measures that are brought forward are proportionate with regard to fireworks. So I agree with my honourable friend, it's a good time for a debate, and he might wish to seek either a backbench debate or an adjournment debate so that others can share their experience.
John Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Evelyn Armstrong, aged 104, has recently been awarded France's highest military honour, Légion d'honneur, for the vital role she played as a plotter and flight controller in the Second World War when she served in the Women's Auxiliary Air Force. She's truly an amazing woman. Will the leader join me in paying tribute to Evelyn, and can we have a debate on honouring the service of our wartime heroes?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to join the honourable gentleman paying tribute to Evelyn Armstrong and being awarded the Légion d'honneur. I also want to acknowledge the way in which the French government recognises the role of people from other countries, servicemen and women who helped to liberate France during the Second World War. We have had an opportunity to discuss this earlier this week, but I'm sure there'll be further opportunities to talk about that remarkable generation in the months to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was recently contacted by a constituent regarding Greater Manchester Integrated Care Partnerships funding for an autism assessment for his son. After waiting for 8 months, my constituent was informed that his chosen provider's funding had been cut by the ICP. With his GP's help, he was able to transfer to a different provider whose funding has also been cut, and his application is now on hold with no timetable for a resolution. Given the current NHS waiting times for autism assessment, can we therefore have a debate in government time on what steps are being taken to ensure children get the reviews they need?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are, as I've said earlier in questions, acutely aware of this, which is why we're bringing forward proposals to fundamentally alter SEND system. But I will raise his concerns with ministers to see what further action can be taken to assist his constituent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Leader of the House consider setting aside government time for a debate on regenerating coastal communities so that we can properly consider issues facing towns like Sandown on the Isle of Wight, transport connectivity, pressure on tourism, derelict buildings and declining high streets?
As a coastal MP, Mr. Speaker, can I say first of all I absolutely endorse what the honourable gentleman has said. And I have to say, if you want to see fantastic regeneration action come to Whitley Bay, that was the result of the previous Labour government, both in terms of funding but commitment. And I do say that his government continued that. And I think it's important, as we intend to do, that this government continues to do that too. It's a really good topic. There are lots of coastal MPs in this place, and I'm sure a debate which he seeks from backbench business would be a timely one.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pleased to attend the opening of new mental health facilities at Kingsway Hospital in Derby, which mark a huge step forward in the care available for local people, giving patients greater dignity and privacy and the supportive surroundings they need on their journey to recovery. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating all of those involved in delivering this fantastic project? And could he find time for debate on how we can continue to improve mental health provision across the country, particularly for adults requiring acute care?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this matter because it's of absolute importance to the work that the government is doing. I join her in congratulating everyone involved with the case that she raises, but also the fantastic work which has been done in quite difficult circumstances across our country. And I'm sure that in the future going forward there will be an opportunity in debate for her to go further on these points.
Ms. Bramford.
Residents in Chichester have written to me, living in managed estates, have all written to me about the exploitative practices of estate management companies and the service charges that they're charged. Work funded but never delivered, fees more than doubling year on year, and no power for residents to actually challenge these companies. So will the Leader urgently make time for a debate so we can finally improve the outcomes for those residents in Chichester and across the country?
As the Honourable Lady says, it's not just a question for Chichester, it is across the country too. And she will know that we are looking at a range of measures from planning to leasehold reform and everything else to make sure that going forward we don't get the terrible cases which we've had in the past where people moving into estates are held to ransom.
I'm sure members on both sides of the House will want to thank the members and volunteers of the Royal British Legion for their exemplary work in recent weeks. And can I invite the Leader of the House to join me in thanking Keith Richardson and the members of the Carlisle and Stanwix branch of the Royal British Legion for organising an inspiring number of events in my Carlisle constituency, which includes, with respect to the Royal Albert Hall, quite frankly, the best Festival of Remembrance.
I absolutely join my honourable friend in thanking Keith Richardson and everyone involved in the British Legion in her proud and beautiful city. The important work that they do is really important for the local community, but of course is replicated by so many people across this country.
Mr. Speaker, the decision by Liberal Democrats on Somerset Council to cancel the Cross Rifles roundabout upgrade in Bridgewater has left residents facing severe congestion. Combined with their new one-way system on Salmon Parade and East Quay, this has left Bridgewater gridlocked and my constituents now face longer and more costly journeys. One resident, Sadie, told me that because of this one-way system, her weekly taxi fare to the supermarket has risen from £7 to £20. So may we have a debate on how we can hold councils to account when they cancel government-funded infrastructure projects without offering an alternative for local people.
Mr. Speaker, local infrastructure is so important to, particularly to rural communities. I will draw the case to the attention of the department, but also say, in the business that I've announced in the devolution bill, there may be an opportunity for him to raise some of these issues about how local authorities can be held to account for the decisions that they make.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of my West and Bartonshire constituents and thousands more across the country were served with termination notices of their family protection funeral plans by C Mutual and Maiden Life UK. All are members of credit unions. These credit union members are elderly and vulnerable. Having paid in thousands of pounds over the years, they will be left with absolutely nothing on the 30th of November. Will the Leader of the House agree to an urgent debate in government time and ask the Treasury Secretary to conduct an urgent investigation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important issue and certainly a concerning situation. I will draw it to the attention of the Treasury Secretary. My honourable friend may get an opportunity to raise it, for example, during the budget debate, of which there will be a lot of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my constituents have had valuable property stolen from their homes during viewings, only to discover the so-called potential buyers or tenants are not who they purport to be. Estate agents usually check the financial readiness and capacity of potential buyers and tenants, but can we have a debate on the need for estate agents to verify the names and addresses of those they introduce to view properties, whether or not they'll be accompanied to a viewing by the agent, so we can stop this brass-neck daylight robbery?
Speaker, the government is looking at the whole question of buying and selling of houses. This may be an interesting part of that, so she may wish to write to the Minister about that issue.
Speaker, Minky Home Care's ironing board factory in Shawclough in Rochdale is the only one of its kind in the whole of the country, and it provides high quality British-made products and provides lots of local vital jobs. Does the Leader agree with me that making, selling and buying British products is this government's priority as we support our manufacturers across the country?
British businesses like Minky Home Care are absolutely vital for boosting the economy and creating jobs in my honourable friend's constituency, his hometown, and he understands that perfectly well. The government is committed to supporting small businesses wherever they are to achieve their potential and unlocking investment and driving growth.
Robin Moore.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, a large industrial accidental fire took place on Pitt Street in Keighley in my constituency, with 9 fire crews attending, some coming as far as Mirfield, elsewhere in West Yorkshire. And unfortunately, one person was taken to hospital and there was a huge amount of damage done to local buildings. And my thoughts go out to all of those affected by the fire, and I want to personally thank the emergency services for their work in acting so professionally. So could we have a debate in government time on specifically recognising our emergency services and also what more support the government can do to those businesses that are impacted by such devastating fires?
join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to our emergency service and sending our sympathies to those who have been affected. If he seeks a debate during a backbench business or indeed an adjournment debate, he will be able to raise those points himself. However, I would gently point out that particularly fire services for the past 14 years have been, in many cases, starved of the funding that they need. So he needs to understand that this is not a recent development.
Lynn Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, Children in Need has been supporting disadvantaged young people for decades. The support is made possible by hard-working fundraisers up and down the country. Tomorrow night, 17-year-old Eloise from my constituency in Ayr Carrick and Cumnock, one of East Ayrshire's young carers, is throwing herself into a musical theatre challenge on skates with the cast of Starlight Express. She's a brilliant example of community spirit. Will the leader join me in recognising incredible contributions East Ayrshire young carers who balance caring responsibilities with school life and everyday life?
I'm pleased to recognise the incredible contribution of East Ayrshire young carers and indeed young carers across the country whose vital contribution sometimes goes unseen, and I do wish Eloise skating success with her musical theatre challenge.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents will be disappointed that SMRs will be going to Wilver, not Albury, and disappointed too by the government's shambolic handling of this announcement. The news was leaked on Tuesday. Promised calls to me from first the Minister, then Number 10, failed to materialise yesterday, and the announcement was in the media this morning with no opportunity for this House to question ministers. My constituents deserve to know more about the future of Albury, so will the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time on this process, which has shown a degree of contempt for my constituents?
If the Honourable Lady writes to me about this, I will look into what has happened in this situation to get an explanation for what has happened, because as she points out, her constituents do have a right to know what is going to happen, but also in a timely and organised fashion.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was recently asked to visit a shop in my constituency that has suffered over 100 reported robberies since opening last November. These incidents have not only involved theft, but also threats and attacks on staff. The situation is unfolding against the backdrop of a significant reduction in police presence, with the Glasgow Division of Police Scotland having lost 218 local officers since 2017. Will the Leader of the House allocate time for a debate on the importance of policing in supporting and protecting local businesses?
Mr. Speaker, police protecting local businesses is very important, not just in Scotland, but indeed everywhere else. Policing is a matter for the Scottish Government, however, but this sounds like an untenable situation, particularly for the business which he refers to. Scotland has had the biggest funding settlement for a very, very long time, so I do hope that the Scottish Government has heard my honourable friend's words.
Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable members who watched Newsnight last night will doubtless have been moved by Sir Michael Palin's interview about his wife Helen's final days and passing in a hospice. The package, it reveals what is known to many members, a hospice crisis of funding, of cuts and of beds being closed. In light of this, will the Leader make time for members to debate the crisis in our hospices, including an urgent need to reverse the government's increases in NICs and make sure that hospices are finally fairly funded?
Know that the changes in the budget last year were actually to find the money to support public services. So these are not easy decisions by any means. But I know that concern about hospices, the fantastic work that they do in our local communities, is felt across the House. She may wish to seek a debate on this because the government will at that point be able to remind the House that we have in fact put in more resources, £100 million going into hospices in the last year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ahead of the budget, can the Leader of the House allow a debate during government time to discuss the potential economic benefits of releasing the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme Investment Reserve in order to increase the pensions of members of the BCSS scheme?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House will know, my honourable friend has been a formidable champion for mine workers in his constituency and their families, and I pay tribute to him for that. The government continues to meet with BCSS trustees, and I will certainly draw his question to the attention of ministers.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader of the House,
I am deeply troubled by increasing reports of the Taliban's crackdown on women's education, with over some 2.2 million Afghan girls banned from attending school beyond primary education. Will the Leader of the House urge the Foreign Secretary to outline what concrete actions the government will take to ensure the reversal of the Taliban's ban so that Afghan girls can access their fundamental right to education? Thank you.
We absolutely condemn the appalling erosion of women and girls' rights in Afghanistan. We've provided £151 million in aid programme to provide life-saving support for the most vulnerable people in the country, particularly for women and girls, and I will make sure that he gets a reply from the Foreign Secretary to the very important points that he raises with his usual diligence and excellent tone. Thank you.
Those who didn't get in, we will keep the list for next week. We now come to the Home Office statement. Sarah Jones, Minister of State.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement on police reform. I want to begin by expressing my sadness at the passing of Baroness Newlove, the Victims Commissioner. She was a champion for victims and made a huge difference, holding government and agencies to account. I extend my sympathies to her family and friends, and I know she will be a huge loss to the other place. Last year, the then Home Secretary, my right honourable friend, the member for Pontefract, Castleford and Nottingley, informed the House of her intention to bring forward a white paper on police reform. The white paper will outline a programme of wide-ranging reforms that will drive quality, consistency and efficiency in policing to ensure that it is set up to deliver for the public. Ahead of publication, we are today announcing the first of those reforms. Mr. Speaker, in order for any institution or organisation to perform to the highest standards, it must be underpinned by strong, effective governance. This is all the more critical when the service in question is integral to the safe functioning of our society, as policing undoubtedly is. Police and Crime Commissioners have been in place since November 2012. The model was created to increase accountability and build a greater connection between policing and local communities by having a single public official directly elected by the public responsible for holding their chief constable to account, setting the local police budget and agreeing strategic priorities for their force through their local police and crime plan. However, whilst the role of PCCs has evolved over time to include responsibility for commissioning services for victims, driving local partnerships and in some areas responsibilities for fire governance, the model has failed to live up to expectations. It has not delivered what it was set up to achieve. Public understanding of and engagement with our police and crime commissioners remains low, despite efforts to raise their profile. Less than a quarter of voters turned out to vote for them in the 2024 elections, and 2 in 5 people are unaware PCCs even exist. Home Office research conducted during the PCC review in 2020 found that 68% of the public in mayoral areas claimed they could name their mayor, compared to only 16% of people in PCC areas claiming they could name their PCC. On an individual level, PCCs up and down the country have sought to provide strong oversight and drive crime prevention activity locally. And I would like to place on record my thanks to the individuals and staff in all the offices of Police and Crime Commissioners and at the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners who have done and who will continue to do their best to improve policing for their local communities. But the reality is that the PCC model has weakened local police accountability and has had perverse impacts on the recruitment of chief constables. They have failed to inspire confidence in local people, in stark contrast to the mayoral model, which has clearly been ultimately more successful. The Theresa May model has not worked. The government announced in our English devolution white paper that we will transfer policing functions to elected mayors in England by default, wherever geographies allow. 5 mayors now hold policing functions in Greater Manchester, Greater London and across Yorkshire. In these areas, we have seen the benefits of the mayoral model, including greater collaboration, visible leadership and local innovation. We are working closely with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to create as many strategic authority mayors with policing functions as possible in this Parliament. However, due to the nature of how public services are organised across different areas, the process of establishing mayors across England is a complex one. I can therefore announce today that we will abolish police and crime commissioners at the end of their current term in 2028 and transfer functions to mayors wherever possible. In areas where plans do not yet allow for a transfer of policing to a mayor this Parliament, we will establish new policing and crime boards to bring council leaders together to oversee the police force in their area until such time as mayors are in place in England. These boards will replicate the benefits of a mayoralty before the formal transfer can be realised, with inbuilt local collaboration, public accountability and a greater ability to join up budgets and local services. They will comprise local authority upper-tier leaders, co-opted members with appropriate skills and experience, and mayors if they are in the force area. Preventing crime is everyone's business, and giving local leaders these responsibilities will help create thriving town centres, help businesses to succeed, and help people to walk without fear in their communities. We are absolutely clear that these boards will not be a return to the bureaucratic and invisible committee-based oversight of policing that existed before the establishment of PCCs. We will ensure council leaders are empowered to exercise police governance functions. They will be supported by a policing and crime lead, akin to a deputy mayor for policing and crime, to carry out day-to-day activities on their behalf. This will mean that every area will have a visible, nominated lead who will be dedicated to the oversight of policing in their area. Over the coming months, we will work with local government and policing to design new structures to ensure they provide effective oversight of policing. As part of these reforms, we will also work with those in local government and policing to drive down the support costs for policing governance. We will no longer run separate policing elections, and we will also abolish police and crime panels, the current structure that performs scrutiny panels for PCCs. We estimate that at least £100 million will be saved this Parliament by moving to these new arrangements. Once delivered, the changes are expected to achieve savings to the Home Office of around £20 million a year, enough to fund around 320 extra police constables. Further detail will be set out in the forthcoming White Paper, and we will bring forward the necessary legislation as part of our broader police reform proposals as soon as parliamentary time allows. There are no plans to create mayors in Wales. We wish to harmonise arrangements across England and Wales as far as possible, and will therefore work with the Welsh Government to ensure new arrangements to replace PCCs provide strong and effective police governance for Wales, recognising the unique nature of Welsh arrangements. I also want to clarify that these reforms will not affect governance arrangements for the City of London Police, which is governed by the City Corporation. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I want to stress that the decision we are announcing today is based on the shortcomings of the PCC model, not the PCCs themselves. PCCs have done and continue to do important work, and I will engage constructively with all of them until the end of their terms. I want to specifically thank the chairs of the Association for Police and Crime Commissioners, past and present, for their endeavours. Nick Alston, the late Sir Tony Lloyd, Mark Burns-Williamson, Katie Bourne, Paddy Tipping, Mark Jones, Donna Jones, and the current chair, Emily Spurrell. We recognise that this is a significant change, especially for the policing and local government sectors, but it is necessary. As a government, we have a responsibility to do what is right for our communities, and if there are steps we can take to improve outcomes for law-abiding citizens, we must act. Because in the end, Mr. Speaker, whatever police reform measures we pursue, our primary motivation is and will always be to keep the public safe. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Chris Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. The Minister mentioned at the beginning the government's plans to bring forward a police reform white paper, announced from memory about a year ago. But there hasn't been a single sniff of that white paper since then. Perhaps you can tell us when we can expect it and why the government is so bereft of ideas. It has taken a year or more to publish that white paper. Now, Mr. Speaker, today's statement about police and crime commissioners represents, in my view, a tinkering around the edges from a government which is failing on crime and policing. if you like, it is simply rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Because this government is failing. Police numbers are falling. They fell by 1,300 during Labour's first year in office on a like-for-like March-to-March comparison. And not only are police numbers falling, they are continuing to fall and will drop even more this year. Crime under this government is surging. Shoplifting up by 13% in this government's first year to record-ever levels, leaving shopkeepers in difficulty. We have seen theft from the person going up by 5% and sexual offences going up by 9%. And if it isn't enough to see all of these crime sites surging under this Labour government, senior police officers are warning that they face a funding crisis. Indeed, the chief constables of our 4 largest forces, Merseyside, the West Midlands, Greater Manchester and the Metropolitan Police, all said publicly just a few months ago that they face a funding crisis under this Labour government. So it's clear, Mr. Speaker, this government is failing on police and crime, falling police numbers, increasing crime and a funding crisis. And yet the Police Minister comes to us today with some minor tinkering around the edges. Now, they say that they want to transfer PCC powers to mayors where they exist and where the territories are coterminous. And broadly speaking, that is the approach the previous government took. In fact, I recall transferring, I think it was one of the Yorkshire forces into the mayoral model around about a year or so ago. She does, however, assert that the mayoral model is superior to regular police and crime commissioners. I wonder what evidence she can produce to support that, because the biggest police and crime commissioner in the country, of course, is the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, who is also the worst PCC in the country, in my view. Knife crime up 86% under Sadiq Khan, the lowest clear-up rate of any force in the country, a lamentable 4.7%. He has closed down half the front counters in London, and police numbers are plummeting. So I wonder where she gets her assertion from. And then in terms of the areas that are outside mayoralties, she proposes essentially abolishing PCCs and replacing them with some kind of committee comprised of local councillors. Will those have the same powers as police and crime commissioners? Impliedly, they will. And if that is the case, it won't really save any money other than the election and the police and crime panel, which are very, very small costs. So as far as I can see, this won't really save any money, but what it will do is remove a directly elected public official, the Police and Crime Commissioner, who is accountable to the public and would certainly be more visible than some kind of faceless committee of local bureaucrats. So I must say to the Police Minister, I do think that is a retrograde step. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this government essentially in their announcement today is tinkering around the edges. They are rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, while crimes like shoplifting rocket, while police numbers fall, and while the police face a funding crisis made in the Home Office.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure if the Shadow Home Secretary is in favour of this announcement or not. It's not entirely clear. Perhaps he could come back to us when he's made up his mind. Several questions that he raised that I am very happy to come back on. He asked when the white paper on police reform will be coming out. It will be this year, I can assure him of that. We have been working with local police chiefs and with police and crime commissioners and the staff associations on what that reform looks like, and we are making the final changes to what our reform agenda will be. As a former minister in the Home Office, the Shadow Home Secretary will know that there are many improvements that we need to make around performance, around accountability, around technology, and around the structures where we have 86 decision makers across the country who are ensuring basically that there is huge inefficiencies in the system whilst performance and productivity is not rising as fast as it should be. So there will be a significant white paper that we will bring out before the end of the year. I can assure him of that. We wanted to make the announcement today around police and crime commissioners so that we can continue to work in good faith with those police and crime commissioners as we finalise our reform programme, and it was the right thing to do that we told them as soon as we could, and I spoke to them this morning at some length, and we'll be speaking to them again, not least at their conference next week. The Shadow Home Secretary speaks of crime rates. I don't have to remind the House of his record and the former government's record when they were in office. They cut 20,000 police, recruited 20,000 police, so we now have a police workforce which is very new. Large quantities of our police workforce have only been in post for a couple of years. With the recruitment that they did in the latter end of their period in government, prosecution rates didn't improve. The system is so unproductive and so inefficient and so badly managed that we have huge reform that we need to put into place. We have been making progress since we came into government. Just a couple of weeks ago, we were able to announce that 18% fall in knife murders, for example, 60,000 knives off the streets since we came to power, 5% fall in knife crime. We are surging our neighbourhood policing capacity, which we know was absolutely decimated under the previous government. We will have 3,000 extra police in our neighbourhoods by next April. He asked questions about the evidence on mayoral success. I suggest he talks to the mayors and the deputy mayors responsible for police and crime. The ability of a structure with a mayoral system and all of the public services underneath it to work together more collaboratively and more effectively is clear to see. So I would encourage him to talk to those mayors and deputy mayors to have a look for himself. He asked if powers will transfer to the new models they were. The new model will not be a faceless committee of local bureaucrats. They will be the leaders of the councils and a senior police and crime lead who will drive the day-to-day work. Accountability will still be there. The statutory responsibilities will still be there. This is now an opportunity for us to work together across local government and with other partners to make sure we drive the best system that we can. Saving £100 million, I think, is quite substantial and not tinkering round the edges as he suggests. But what I would say to him is if he could wait a few more weeks, he will see the reform agenda that the Home Secretary is designing in its totality, and it will put policing on a much better footing than he left it.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What the people of Sunderland want is visible and responsive policing, and it's no doubt that that's fallen in recent years because Northumbria lost 1,100 officers under the previous government. So could the Minister tell me how she will ensure that the savings being made by these changes are reinvested in the front line to improve neighbourhood policing in places like Sunderland?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? And of course, that is the aim of this government. We want to put policing in our communities where people expect it to be, and we want to make sure they are not, as they currently are, spending hours and hours and hours of their day on bureaucratic and very outdated, very unproductive tasks. Indeed, in many cases, police officers are actually doing the job of police staff, which is ludicrous, and we need to change, and we need to work with our police chiefs to ensure that our police officers are doing the role that we need officers to be doing, and that the very important crime fighters of our police staff are doing what they also need to be doing. And at the moment that isn't the case, and we are working very hard to make sure it is.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her advanced sight of the statement. The Liberal Democrats warmly welcome the news that police and crime commissioners are being scrapped, which is something we've been calling for years, and something I personally called for in this House in one of my first interventions after the PCC election turnout in Cornwall was abysmally low at just 18%. This was a failed Tory experiment which cost taxpayers dearly. The Minister is right to point out the countless flaws in the overly politicised PCC model, which has diverted much-needed funding away from frontline and community policing. They cost the public millions in council tax every year, yet the impact on their local communities has been negligible. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, transferring this role to mayors is not the answer. It would give even more power to single individuals with dubious democratic mandates and little scrutiny or accountability. The government must learn the lessons of this expensive and failed experiment. Instead, the government should see through plans for these temporary local police and crime boards and instil the powers in these boards on a permanent basis. They should ensure the money saved from PCCs goes where it's needed most, getting more officers out on our streets and repairing the damage done by years of Conservative mismanagement and underfunding. This is particularly urgent in light of the slow progress that the Home Office has made on their promise to deliver 13,000 new neighbourhood officers. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, only 200 were added last year, while the number of officers in frontline roles actually went down. So will the Minister commit to investing the money saved from these unnecessary PCCs straight into frontline policing and towards proper, effective community policing? Could the Minister outline the safeguards that will be put in place to hold mayors to account with their newfound policing responsibilities? And finally, could the Minister expand on her estimated £100 million in savings from the scrapping of the PCCs? Has this figure been independently verified? And could she confirm the funds won't just be transferred to the mayor's budget, but spent on frontline policing?
Can I thank the opposition spokesperson for his robust attack on a policy that his own party introduced as part of the coalition in 2010. I also want to say I actually disagree with him when he said that the impact that our police and crime commissioners have made is negligible. I don't think that's actually true. I think they have done, in many cases, a really good job in quite difficult circumstances. And the innovation that we have seen from our PCCs and the partnerships that they have sought to build have been good. And it is not them as individuals and as teams of people that we are criticising today. It is the structure. He asked about funding. The funding from the elections, sadly, will not be coming to the Home Office, but the election savings that we make, obviously and rightly, go to to the Treasury. The savings that we are making in terms of our police and crime commissioner functions and the efficiencies that we want to drive are significant, at least £20 million, and we want to reinvest that back into policing, which I think is what everybody would want to see. He talks about safeguards and making sure the right safeguards are in place and the right model is there. Police and crime commissioners will continue for the next 2 years. In the areas where we don't already have a mayoral process in place. So we have good time to work with our colleagues on how the new structures will work. But that said, there is already a process underway of moving police and crime commissioners into the mayoral structures, and that is already taking place, and that is already happening, where staff are being moved over into new structures. At the moment, just so the House knows, there are 37, I think, police and crime commissioners, and in 2027 there'll be 6 force areas that will move into the mayoral model, and in 2028 there will be more, depending on votes in the bill and how that progresses. But the idea is we see this progress, apart from, as I said, in Wales, where they have a different system and don't have the mayoral model.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the work that the Minister is doing on reforming how the police can engage with our local communities. All of us want to see a closer relationship. Can I press her, though, in terms of what lessons she's learning for my part of the world and London? Because in London, the challenge that we've got is at a borough-wide level. In my own borough, my borough commander now requires me to submit FOIs to find out about policing in my local community. Will only meet me twice a year. There are panels of people selected only to meet with the police, and often their presentations are death by PowerPoint to my local community. She's making a very powerful case about police reform. What lessons can we learn from this, not just in restructuring to work with mayors, but to work at a very localised level so people can restore confidence in policing?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? Of course, London in many ways is different just by its size and scale and the way it is therefore structured. I would expect all local leaders to be meeting with their members of parliament on a regular occasion, regularly, because that is how we can hold them to account, and we can also work together. I think that as members of parliament, when we go to our surgeries, when we have our public meetings, when we talk to our communities, we understand a lot of the issues that that they face, and it is helpful for those police chiefs to also have those conversations and learn from one another. So I would encourage all our chiefs to make sure they have good relationships with their local members of parliament. I think it's a very important part of our structures.
Sir Edward Lee.
The Minister mentions our excellent Police Commissioner in Lincolnshire, Mark Jones, and perhaps she might pay tribute to him again. The poor man is tearing his hair out. His force is nearing bankruptcy, and our Chief Constable, and I quote directly, says that Lincolnshire is the lowest funded force in the country, with the lowest officers and staff per head of population. I mean, there's no point having another reorganisation, just changing Mark Jones with Andrea Jenkins, unless you get proper fair funding. So will the Minister commit herself now to funding Lincolnshire Police properly?
Minister.
I'm very happy to pay tribute to Mark Jones, and I have met with him and talked about these issues, and I know that there are particular challenges in Lincolnshire that we are looking very closely at. The funding settlement will be announced in the usual way before the end of the year, and we are talking very closely. I'm very aware of the issues that he raises.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this decision. I think the abolition of PCCs is sensible. The role was ill-defined, poorly understood by the public, as the Minister has mentioned, and failed to add sufficient value in a really tangible way to justify its existence. However, I want to echo the Minister's comments about the individuals who have served, particularly mentioning Clive Grunshaw, the current Police and Crime Commissioner for Lancashire, and indeed the member for Fylde. He's not in his seat, now serving as a Member of Parliament in this House, who served as the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner for Lancashire. As the Minister mentioned, this did have an effect on recruitment of Chief Constables. The idea that this one-on-one relationship meant that it was too fraught, and actually that a small falling out would mean that actually you could end up fired. Can she talk about how we can get more high-quality candidates to apply to become a Chief Constable, and how that might operate, again, with the relationship with the Deputy Mayors as they come in?
Esther.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question, and of course join him in paying tribute to our local police and crime commissioners and Clive and the work that he does. He's absolutely right. There have been challenges. There has been a reduction of the number of years that chiefs are serving. So it's gone from about 5 years to about 2.5. Something is happening there. There are also fewer people applying for each job as it becomes available. We want really healthy competition for these roles that are very significant and very important to us, and where you have large forces and there's only one applicant for the role, you know that something is not working as it should. On the wider question of leadership, he's right to sort of ask these questions, and we could have a whole debate about that. We have the former Home Secretary David Blunkett is doing a review for us on leadership specifically, and how we improve that leadership. It needs to be from top to bottom in terms of the entire policing system. So our reform agenda, which is looking at performance across the board within policing, and the sort of welfare training and support as well that has to go alongside it. We ask a lot of our police and we don't always give them the support that they need. Those two things hand in hand will form quite a major part of our reform programme.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I first pay tribute to Matthew Scott, Kent's Police and Crime Commissioner, who over many years, working closely with Chief Constables, has seen a successive increase year on year in the number of police officers in Kent, which he has managed to fund. And can I also, while I'm on my feet, also as one of few, I think, members of this House who've actually held a warrant, pay tribute to the constabulary in Kent, who do and continue to do a superb job under the existing system. Now, the only example that we have of a mayoral system is in London. And that is a disaster. It has failed, and for the Honourable Lady to say that the model of the Police and Crime Commissioner is broken, while seeking also to praise the Police and Crime Commissioners, I'm sorry, is little short of disingenuous. I want to know in Kent, which at the moment has a basket case county council, but is likely to have 3 unitary authorities and no mayor, who is going to replace our excellent Police and Crime Commissioner, and how will they do the job?
Minister.
Thank you. Just to correct, there are 5 deputy mayors within the mayoral system that we have already, not just London, Manchester, West Yorkshire, South Yorkshire, York and North Yorkshire, and that model is working really well. I suggest he talks to someone like Tracy Brabin, who is bringing together all of the different agencies under her model, and the system works very well. And the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has done an excellent job working with the police forces across the capital city to keep us safe. He asks, and I pay tribute to his Police and Crime Commissioner, Matthew Scott. He asks what the arrangements will be where there isn't a mayor. The higher tier authority leaders will provide the board, and there will be a paid person who is the police and crime lead. In some cases, it may be that is the Police and Crime Commissioner if local authorities make that decision, but it will be for local authorities leaders in that board to make the decision, and that is how the funding model will work where there aren't mayors.
Before I call the next speaker, can I just let members know I plan to run this until no later than 1 o'clock. So please can we have short questions and short answers. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the Minister's announcement today to abolish Police and Crime Commissioners? I think it's the right move. But that said, may I place on record my thanks to John Tizard, who is our Bedfordshire PCC, for his he's always worked constructively with me, and I know he'll continue to work constructively until 2028. But could I press the Minister a little bit further on the steps being taken to ensure a smooth transition from PCCs to mayor-led or council-led oversight, particularly in areas like mine of Luton South and South Bedfordshire, where we don't have elected mayors? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend, and of course join her in her praise for John Tizard and the work that he is doing now and will continue to do. As I set out, subject to legislation, of course, the police and crime model will be abolished at the end of the existing term of office, which is May 2028. Transition to the new governance arrangements will be overseen by a small programme team in the Home Office and myself, and the legal framework to bring about those changes is expected to be included in a second-term police reform bill, second session, I should say, police reform bill, subject, of course, to parliamentary time. So primary legislation will be needed to make these changes, just to be clear, and we will introduce those as soon as we can. And we will be working very closely over the next period with existing police and crime commissioners, with local authorities, and with, for example, the Ministry of Justice. One of the functions that our police and crime commissioners fulfil is to commission victim services, for example, an incredibly important function, and we, when we transition those functions, we need to make sure we are not dropping any balls and keeping on doing the important work that we need to do. So I'm very happy to have more conversations with colleagues about how this model will develop over time, and we will make sure that we ensure this doesn't just save money, that it doesn't just introduce a better system, but that we are also making people safer in our communities.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of Richmond Park, our policing force has been decimated. We used to have 3 police stations and now we have none, and the next nearest police station is facing the closure of its front counter. The Royal Parks Police Force has been scrapped. People in my constituency have no faith that common crimes such as shoplifting, burglaries or antisocial behaviour will be resolved or that offenders will be apprehended. So with this in mind, will the Minister agree that the greatest reform needed to improve policing efficiency is sufficient funding, and what conversations has she had with the Mayor of London about bolstering resources available to the Metropolitan Police? Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, funding is enormously important, and we are providing our police with real terms funding uplift this year. We are going through the allocation process at the moment, and we'll make announcements in the usual way before the end of the year. I do need to stress that money is incredibly important. We are providing more of it, but if you look at the day-to-day activities of many of our police officers, they are not productive because they cannot be, because of the ancient systems that are in place. If you download, just as an example, data from a mobile phone, which you need as part of your evidence in a crime, that will be given to you in an Excel spreadsheet. You have to do Control F to find the things that you need. I mean, it is extraordinarily unreformed as a system. There are pockets of great innovation, but it is not the same across the whole system. So we have to drive efficiencies. That's what officers are crying out to us to do, to enable them to do the jobs that we expect them to do. So yes, money is important. And of course, the Mayor of London has put more funding from his own budget into policing, much more money. But we also need to make sure they're doing the things we want them to be doing and not.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire, proposals are currently being put forward to take our incredibly hard-working PCSOs off the beat during the evenings. I'm campaigning against this alongside my honourable friend and neighbour, the MP for Stoke-on-Trent South, and hundreds have now signed our petition to save our PCSOs. So I therefore welcome today's announcement to abolish the role of Police Commissioner. Does the Minister agree with me and my constituents when they tell me that the money would be better reinvested into visible frontline policing?
Minister.
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. I think the PCSO model is extraordinarily successful, not just because the model is slightly cheaper and therefore we get more money, more bang for our buck, but because they do an incredibly important role, not having the same powers as police officers, their ability to go in and build relationships with their community, to reduce tensions, to actually build those relations and predict and see and understand and give everybody else the intelligence we need about the crime that's happening in our local communities. I think they're really powerful, and one of the awfully sad things I think that happened under the last government is we saw that model completely decimated, and I want to see more PCSOs on our streets. I think, as I say, they provide a fantastic role.
Ben Otsy-Jekti.
Speaker. On 1st of November, the train attack that took place in my Huntingdon constituency was mercifully prevented from being far, far worse after the swift actions of Cambridgeshire Constabulary, neutralising the threat and placing the suspect in custody within 8 minutes of the 999 call being placed. But the government is lucky that this was the outcome. Cambridgeshire is the 4th worst funded police force in England and Wales, and also doesn't receive the South East allowance. The current police allocation formula uses data from as far back as 2001. I know that our current PCC, Darryl Preston, and current Mayor Paul Bristow share my concern that our police are not adequately resourced, and we went through this last year with her predecessor. What commitment can the new policing minister offer me that she will completely overhaul the formula as part of the forthcoming police funding settlement and give Cambridgeshire the fairer funding that it needs?
Can I join the honourable gentleman in his praise for Cambridgeshire Constabulary and the way that they responded in what was incredibly difficult circumstances, and the quick wit of many, including the people, of course, working on the trains, and the train driver and others saved lives, and we are all very grateful for that. He makes a point about funding, and the funding formula will be designed, the funding allocation, I should say, in the usual way before the end of the year. I appreciate the points that he has made. There is more money going into policing this year, and we will ensure it is given out to where it is needed. As I say, the police reform programme is designed to transform how we do policing so that we can become much more effective and productive in the future.
Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd also like to thank John Tizard for his tireless work in securing extra resources for Bedfordshire Police. I tend to agree that the mayoral model is the best way forward. Would the Minister therefore agree that it's really vital that we redouble our efforts to move at real pace to make sure that there is a mayor in every area of England, and not let one council block the ambitions of the rest of the area?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question and her welcoming of the announcement. Of course, the mayoral model and the transition to it is complex, and people have different views locally, and there will be different opinions and fights in terms of what comes next. I believe the mayoral model to be a good one. I think most people see the benefits, and I think on the whole, this government is in favour of ensuring we have the mayoral model where we can. I think certainly for policing, it's the best model.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last Labour government forced through the merger of Staffordshire Ambulance Service with the West Midlands Ambulance Service, and Staffordshire ended up with a poorer service. There'll be real concern in Staffordshire, there is real concern in Staffordshire, that these reforms could lead to the merger and the takeover of Staffordshire Police Force by the West Midlands Police Force. Can the Minister assure the House that that is something that will not happen?
The announcement we're making today is on police and crime commissioners, which won't change those boundaries.
Andy MacDonald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I thank the Minister for her statement. I wholeheartedly agree that the public have not bought into this model, but that doesn't mean to say there hasn't been some excellent work done by PCCs and their staff with great commitment and professionalism. So would she like to share my thanks to Matt Story, the Cleveland Police and Crime Commissioner, for the sterling work that he's done in engaging with young people. She heard from those young people just 2 weeks ago. The voice of youngsters is being heard in Cleveland. But can she also say something about the services that are commissioned by PCCs, especially in the areas of sexual assault, domestic violence and drug rehabilitation? People today will be in shock about this decision, and they'll want some reassurance that that good practice will not be lost in the transition.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that thoughtful question, and of course I join him in paying tribute to Matt Story, and I did meet him and a group of young people he brought to see me who were incredibly thoughtful as well, and he is doing some excellent work. Obviously, he points to the challenges around transitioning all of these services. We are already learning lessons because where the mayoral model is taking place, we are already transitioning from the police and crime commissioner model to the deputy mayor model, and we are learning as we go. There are statutory responsibilities around commissioning, for example, victim services, and he talks as well of sexual abuse and serious violence, domestic violence services as well. We will ensure that those statutory functions are maintained. We're already and will be doing more talking to local authorities, our PCCs, and other government departments to make sure we get that exactly right, and I will welcome any thoughts from honourable members on that.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's decision today. I think it's long overdue. I'd like to thank Claire Moody, who's the PCC for Somerset, who's worked very hard with me over the last 18 months and has visited my constituency 3 times. She is an inspiration. But could I just seek some reassurance on behalf of my constituents in Tiverton and Minehead that extra resources will be put into rural crime, because of the austerity that we've been under because of the last Conservative government, people in my constituency have literally had bullocks, sheep, and in one particular instance, an entire flock of 1,500 chickens rustled from their farms.
Minister.
I'm very sorry to hear about the incidents of crime that the Honourable Lady is talking about. Very happy to talk to her more about it as well. And of course, rural crime is incredibly important, and we are working hard on a rural crime strategy. And I join in praising Claire Moody for the work that she has done, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for recognising that the work of our police and crime commissioners has in many ways been excellent.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this Labour government's policing progress, including Dudley Town's Centre's new police station, which will be opened this year, and the new police officers being redeployed into Dudley Borough in April. Given the urgent need for police reform, will the Minister go one step further and commit to reviewing the West Midlands' outdated funding formula, which does not align with local crime and deprivation levels?
Can I thank my honourable friend? And she's right to raise the issue of the funding formula. The allocations, as I said, will be set in the usual way this year. The white paper into police reform will introduce some significant changes to how we do policing, making it much more efficient and productive and and targeted, of course, at the crimes that we want our police to be focused on. So we will have more in due course on that.
Simon Hall.
Speaker, can I put on record on behalf of my constituents the work of both Martin Underhill, the initial Dorset Police and Crime Commissioner, and current David Sidgwick, both of whom with their teams have done sterling work to protect and look after my constituents over the years that they have served. Could I urge the Minister to use the savings which she has believed that she has identified through making this announcement today to follow up on my right honourable friend from Gainsborough's point, to use that to support rural police funding where there is a differential between rural and urban. And her statement noted in the early part that the model was created to increase accountability, the model being police and crime commissioners. She's talked about oversight with the new arrangement in non-mayoral authorities. Could you say a little more about to whom the Chief Constable would actually be accountable in terms of hiring, firing and delivering on the priorities of local communities?
Minister.
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question and join with him in praising Martin Underhill and David Sidgwick for the work that they have done. The Police and Crime Commissioners have a very important function to hire and to sometimes remove their Chief Constables, and that will be passed to the Policing and Crime Board and the Police and Crime Lead, who will navigate the day-to-day working of that. They will set the proposed budget, they will agree the policing precept, they will be responsible for hiring the Chief.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this announcement today, in particular the savings that have been identified as a result. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can use those savings in the Cleveland area to reverse the disgraceful decision in 2019 to close Hartlepool's custody suite? So far, they are unwilling to look at reopening that suite. I wonder whether she'll meet with me to look at options of how we can make it happen.
Minister.
I'm very happy to meet with my right honourable friend. Of course, local decisions will be made locally, and there are limits to what I can do in that way, and that's absolutely right. And of course, the police ability to make their own local decisions is sacrosanct, and we need to make sure we maintain it. But of course, I'm very interested to hear how we can make sure he's got the right services for his constituents.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Thames Valley, we're fortunate enough, under the leadership of Matthew Barber, our Police and Crime Commissioner, to have a model that is working. Under his leadership, police numbers have gone up. He has led the creation of the country's best rural crime task force and brought in other great initiatives around things like shoplifting. So instead of throwing the whole system up in the air and it's scattering back out across the country with different models for different areas, why can't the Minister look at making the Police and Crime Commissioner models that do work the norm for everywhere, not just accepting that some areas are failing?
Minister.
Can I join in the praise for his Police and Crime Commissioner, particularly on the Rural Crime Task Force work that has gone on, and I think I've been very clear on a number of occasions so far that I am not criticising the work that those individuals has done, but we do believe that the model has not worked.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement. In North West Leicestershire, my constituents want to see a focus on neighbourhood policing, improving standards and a mainline police station in the local area. Our current PPC, though, has created an office mired with controversy after having an excellent Police and Crime Commissioner, Lord Willie Batt and Sir Clive Loader before that. Can the Minister confirm in the council-led model that the focus will get back to policing and public service, as well as improving accountability and partnership?
Minister.
I can absolutely confirm that the focus will be on providing the best service to our communities we possibly can, which means neighbourhood policing, whilst holding our police, giving the police the powers that they need to fight crime, but also holding them to account for everything they do, because their roles are incredibly important.
Anne Davis.
Madam Dirbwyll Llafarydd. May I thank David Llywelyn for his excellent work, especially in rural crime and domestic abuse, and take the opportunity to welcome Ysgol Gynradd Nant Garedig to the gallery today. But today's statement makes clear the absurd complexity of an England and Wales justice system. The UK Government will look to the Welsh Government to help replace the PCC system in Wales, but has refused the same government powers over policing. Does the Secretary of State now concede that the Welsh Government is the best place to control policing in Wales, and that devolving the entire justice system to Wales makes the logical sense?
Can I thank her for her promotion? I'm just a minister, not a Secretary of State. We are very conscious that the system in Wales is different to the system in England, which is why we are going to take some time talking to stakeholders there, not least because they are not having the mayoral model in Wales. This announcement, just to be clear, isn't about the devolution of policing. It's about the structural changes to a model that simply wasn't working.
Jeevan Sander.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I really welcome today's reforms. Look, across Loughborough, my constituencies, motorbike theft is a huge scourge. Motorbikes being stolen for years and years. I'm really glad to say that a recent police operation helped seize some of those bikes. I'm really glad to see the more police, the more powers we're getting. But there's clearly a lot more to do. So can the Minister set out how today's strengthened governance will make my constituents safer and stop their motorbikes being stolen?
Can I thank my honourable friend for the question? Of course, he raises an incredibly important point that a lot of his constituents will care very deeply about, and he's right to bring it to this place. The savings that we will make from this programme will fund up to 320 police constables or 430 PCSOs, showing the value for money that they bring. And we will ensure that it goes into policing, and the particular crime that he talks about is of course, a pernicious one, and we're working with police chiefs to make sure we can tackle it, and very happy to have more conversations with them.
Dr Andrew Murison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Minister pay tribute to Philip Wilkinson, Wiltshire's PCC, who has realigned policing in my county with the priorities of my constituents? Will she account for the difference between the £100 million she says she's going to save by this measure in her statement with the £20 million she cited in response to an earlier question? And will she do all she can to make sure that the new formation is less bureaucratic than that which preceded it? At the moment, it rather looks like it'll be much the same, but without the PCC.
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? I join him in paying tribute to Philip Wilkinson, of course, for the work that he has done. The two figures that I made, the £100 million and the £20 million, just to be clear, the lion's share of the £100 million is in the cost of the elections that we hold, and the £20 million is what we will make in initial savings from this programme, where we do exactly want to drive efficiencies. We believe that the elected model has not worked, which is why we are getting rid of it, but we are very mindful that there are important statutory functions that we'll have to make sure are maintained.
Jessica Toll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself with the Minister's comments recognising the individual commitment of PCCs from across the country? Despite being from different parties, the Dorset PCC, David Sidwick and I have always worked constructively together, and he has been a doughty advocate for the funding we need to police the county effectively. So on that note about funding, can I ask the Minister to look again at the police funding formula? Not only does it fail, as the Honourable Member for North Dorset says, on rurality, it also fails on the summer seasonal pressures that my constituency, Bournemouth West, faces, where upwards of 10 million people visit every summer.
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend? And yes, I join her in paying tribute to the Dorset PCC. There are, I think, PCCs who have worked really well across the party political divide, and we should pay tribute to those for the work that they have done and how professional they have been in their actions. She raises the point about police funding formula, which I know many members of the House will be concerned about. As I said, the funding formula and the allocations will be announced before the end of the year, and we will also be announcing a major programme of reform.
Callum Miller.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. In 2021, Thames Valley Police closed the front desks at Bicester and Kidlington in my constituency. This removed a key opportunity for local residents to report crime to local officers, crimes that blight their lives, like antisocial behaviour, vandalism, mobile phone theft, and other crimes that damage their lives. So does the Minister agree with me that the money saved from today's announcement should be put towards reopening those front desks in Bicester, Kidlington and elsewhere?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? And of course, it's for local police areas to decide how they use the funding that they have. Our priority, to be frank, is to get our police out into our streets and policing our neighbourhoods and communities, and that's why we are committed to improving neighbourhood policing as a top priority for this government. Of course, police stations provide an important function, and of course there needs to be provision for some people who cannot get to the police by any other means, but our priority, I have to say, is to get our police on our streets.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Norfolk, which is already progressing through local government reorganisation and devolution, there are a number of existing partnerships working to protect and support victims of crime. And will the Minister meet with me and Norfolk's Police and Crime Commissioner Sarah Taylor to discuss how we can ensure these arrangements continue to serve the people of Norfolk, because there are worrying signs that some partners are withdrawing services because of these reorganisations?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? Of course, I'm very happy always to meet and talk about these issues. As he says, the transition will happen in 2027. We need to make sure we're learning from the transitions that happened previously, and that we don't drop any balls in terms of the services that we're providing to local people.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement, but to also say that it will have caused some consternation in Spelthorne, in my constituency. Spelthorne is in Surrey. Surrey is being carved up into two unitary authorities. And recent so-called clarifications by MHCLG have stated that there are no promises as to whether they're going to get a mayor or not. So could she please use her good offices to go to that department and say, well, I've taken away their PCC. It's up to you now to make a decision as to whether they're going to get a mayor or not.
Minister.
I obviously talk to my colleagues in MHCLG often, but we'll leave to them the decisions that they make for what they're responsible for, but I'm very happy to pass on his comments.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this announcement today. And I want to ask a question, if I may, about the transfer to council and mayoral oversight, because a challenge I have locally is I have an incredibly amazing local police force in Hemel Police, but often the issues they are encountering are with individuals and families that are causing antisocial behaviour to their neighbours, where the landlord of the house or the site is actually the district or the county council, and yet the county council officers in particular are not upholding their responsibilities as a landlord to deal with these antisocial behaviours, and so the police are struggling to deal with some of the issues despite their best efforts. So I wondered if the Minister would outline how the changes today might tackle that very specific problem.
Minister.
Can I thank my right honourable friend? He's absolutely right. Look, preventing crime is everybody's problem, and we need to make sure that everybody feels the responsibility of that and works as effectively together to tackle crime. Policing can't arrest their way out of a lot of challenges that we face. We rely on, in his example, local authorities who are the landlords of properties to make sure people are behaving as they should. We are endeavouring to make sure there are the right powers for the police and indeed for local authorities to take action in a speedy fashion, but we genuinely believe that if you bring organisations together in the models that we are suggesting today, that will improve joint working.
Sean Berry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is creating new boards from council leaders but abolishing, not restocking, the police and crime scrutiny panels. Does the Minister recognise this risks a chasm of scrutiny in the areas affected right when police reform is most urgent on issues like racism, misogyny, police conduct, the ill-governed use of AI? And does she not see a role in better scrutiny for elected local opposition leaders?
Minister.
I think the accountability that comes with our leaders of our councils, who are of course elected, will be a powerful one, but I'm happy to work with her to make sure she gets what she wants to see locally. I think the provision of local authority leaders coming together will be powerful. On her kind of wider points about misogyny and behaviours in policing and indeed in AI, we are working through our wider white paper on reform to tackle some of these challenges that I know are significant. And on AI, we'll be bringing forward shortly a consultation on providing a framework within which that's used.
Cat Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. I'd like to pay tribute to the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, who has served diligently and ably since 2021, and he's always been community-focused, and he worked with me to secure a police hub in Stourbridge and helped me negotiate with police estates to retain the old Brierley Hill Police Station for community use. So I'm proud to call him not just a colleague, but also a friend. He also reformed victim services, championed youth commissioners, and has overseen a reduction in all types of crime across the region. So would she join me in thanking Simon for all his work and assure me that good work already established will continue?
Minister.
I absolutely join my honourable friend in praising Simon Foster and the work that he has done, and she's absolutely right to say that we need to make sure where there is good work we carry on. Can I just correct what I said in the previous answer? I was talking about, when I was talking about AI, I was talking about facial recognition specifically, as for you, and just want to be clear about that.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Suffolk, the Police and Crime Commissioner powers are going to be transferred to a combined mayoralty for Suffolk and Norfolk, and the mayor will be responsible for the two police forces. This is only one step away from a full-blown police merger between the two forces, which local people are very concerned about. So will the Minister take this opportunity to categorically state that the government will never allow a police merger between Suffolk and Norfolk?
Just to be clear, the arrangements we're announcing today are not changing the 43 models at all. But what I will say is that we will be bringing forward reform, which hopefully the honourable gentleman will support, and he will have the time to see it when it comes forward.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister join me in thanking our hard-working named neighbourhood police officers across Portsmouth North? PCs Jamie Christian, Chris Middleton, Nicholas Joyce, Ben Treeden, Hannah Keller, Matt Lamper and Susan Smith for their continued dedication to keep our community safe. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as we look at reforms to police governance, will the Minister ensure that any savings made from abolishing the PCC role are reinvested directly onto the front line, and wider still, meet with me to look at how we can more fairly fund our policing in the future, given Hampshire's current unfair distribution?
Minister.
I'm of course delighted to meet with my honourable friend and talk about the services that she needs in her local community, and of course we will make sure that the money that we save is directed into frontline policing, because that's where it needs to be, and I join her in praising her local police for everything they do.
Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this statement. I've always been opposed to diverting taxpayers' monies into police and crime commissioners and their officers instead of officers who can fight rural crime in our area. I've a couple of concerns. I wondered what will happen if a police force area like mine is split between two mayors, and I wondered also if she could write to me to confirm the number of police officers that Avon and Somerset as a force might expect to employ, and whether this is going to happen by the end of the decade, because rumour has it that the previous Police and Crime Commissioner had 28 or 29 staff. It's a lot of money.
Minister.
Police and crime commissioners have, they make their own decision about how many staff they have. They have between 20 and 50, I would say, on average, members of staff, many of whom are doing excellent work, and I should pay tribute to them, and many of whom will be doing functions that we will need to continue because they're commissioning victim services, for example. Very happy to meet with her to talk about her particular local area. There are some complexities in terms of the mayoral model and how it's playing out that I'm very happy to discuss.
Sean Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I pay tribute to the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner for our area, John Campion, I've worked with well over the last 10 years. And in fact, we are meeting the Minister next week to discuss local policing. Can the Minister confirm that the money and the savings that this initiative will provide will go to community policing, which will allow West Mercia Police to reverse the 8 p.m. CSO cap that they've just recently imposed, meaning that CSOs are being barred from the streets of Telford and West Mercia after 8 p.m?
Minister.
I'm very happy, well, we're meeting next week, so we can discuss it then. I'm very happy to join in his praise for his Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner. As I said, where PCCs have worked across party, we praise that work, and we want to see that replicated in the replacement models, but very happy to have another conversation with him about his own local force and the services that his constituents need.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a former Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, I know the hard work that they do, and I know our Hertfordshire Police and Crime Commissioner, Jonathan Ash-Edwards, does all he can to keep Hertfordshire residents safe. But can the Minister explain to me why in the Government's devolution bill they have banned councils from making decisions by committee and forcing councils to change to a strong leader model? So why does she think it's appropriate to have police governance by committee and not local authorities?
Minister.
Well, that's a question for MHCLG and would expect them to answer it in terms of the structures that are in existence in local authorities. We believe the mayoral model is the best model when it comes to policing. Can I pay tribute to the work that the Honourable Gentleman did when he was playing the role of Police and Crime Commissioner? We believe the mayoral model is best. Where we cannot have that model at this point, we are going to have a committee led by leaders of the council, which I think is the right place for that.
Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent, we have a Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner. And so whilst I welcome the statement today, I worry the impact on our fire service. So could the Minister reassure me that we will consider the fire service in total and how the oversight will be transitioned to areas such as mine which do not have a mayor?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for the question? Yes, in 2017, new powers were introduced to enable police and crime commissioners to have that fire role. We've got the Fire Minister on the front bench with us today. The transition to the new structures will be for fire as well as policing. So the role will move to the new police boards.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst we on the reform bench welcome the abolition of police crime commissioners, will the Minister explain how these reforms will deliver clearer accountability for policing, particularly in areas such as my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby, where a strategic policing board is likely to be necessary, given that the PCC in Cheshire has proved to be one of the starkest examples of failure, achieving no meaningful improvement in crime or policing, devoting his time to political campaigning?
Minister.
Just repeat that I'm not here today to criticise the PCCs. I think they've done a really good job. It's the function that the role in the elected function that isn't working. She asked a question about accountability, which she's right to do, and it is incredibly important that our police, who have very significant powers, do an incredibly important job keeping people safe, that we have the right accountability in place. Our expectation is that in the mayoral model, that's where the accountability lies. In the board model, the leaders of the council will provide that accountability. But we are also looking at the national level, and that will come out in our white paper, at how accountability is also delivered at the national level. So we know exactly what our police are doing, how they're doing it, and the inspection regime is also beefed up.
Alex Barros-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I place on record my thanks to the South Wales Police and Crime Commissioner Emma Walls and her team, and Alan Michael before her, for the great work that they've done for my community in Cardiff West. I know what the Minister said about the unique arrangements in Wales, and so can I ask that when she is consulting with Welsh Government, which is absolutely right, she also consults with Welsh Labour MPs in order to ensure that we get the best possible arrangement for Wales going forwards. And can I take the opportunity to ask her to agree to meet with me and the other Cardiff MPs to talk about the fairer capital city funding deal, whether some of the money she's talked about as being saved from this reform could be ploughed into Cardiff?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend? Very happy to meet with him and other MPs always, and appreciate that he supports our approach that we're delivering in Wales. I should pay tribute to his Police and Crime Commissioner, and of course to Alan Michael, with whom I still am in regular correspondence, as are many of us, I suspect, across this place, for all the work that he has done. I think he was a real shining light for the PCC model, actually, and we should thank him for that.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement and for also recognising the great work that has been undertaken by many PCCs across the country. And I just want to take this opportunity to recognise Lisa Townsend, our excellent Police and Crime Commissioner in Surrey, and her Deputy, Ellie Versey-Thompson. And I also just want to mention that we need to be aware that there are
employees that support all of those activities that now know their roles are going in the next few years. So I think it's good to put on the record that we thank them for everything they've done. But my question is, can the Minister confirm what this actually means for Surrey in light of us moving to a unitary model and the government yet to confirm solidly that we're getting a mayor? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank her for her question? I join her, of course, in praising her local team. And she's right to talk about staff. There's about 1,000 staff who work across police and crime commissioners, and we will work with them to transition where they need to be transitioned into into local authorities where they do statutory functions that we need to continue. So it isn't by any means the case that they are all losing their jobs. And of course, it's very important to stress that the function continues for the next 2 years as well as it is. So we will continue to work with them, but she's right to raise staff, and I will be talking to police and crime commissioners about that transition a lot, I suspect. She highlights one of the challenges of the move to the mayoral model, where there's legislation going through Parliament at the moment, and some decisions are yet to be made. I'm very happy to work with her on how that works going forward, but we're very clear about the model that we want to introduce, where there's moving parts. We'll, of course, work as best we can to make sure we get the right outcomes.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having sat on a police and crime panel, let me say I'm thrilled to see the abolition of the Police and Crime Commissioner model. This will save £20 million a year, the equivalent of 320 extra special police officers. And in my area, where the Liberal Democrat Council are raising local taxes with pointless town councils, we as a Labour government are going to be bringing down local taxes by abolishing the PCC role, which is very good news. I want to put on record my thanks to Dave Sidgwick, who has been an excellent Police and Crime Commissioner. He is Conservative, I am Labour, it doesn't matter. We work together in the service of the public, and that has yielded very good results. I must confess to having experienced difficulties accessing on a regular basis my Chief Constable in Dorset. Could the Minister please set out what she thinks would be reasonable expectations for a Chief Constable to be engaging with local members of Parliament, particularly around some of the most important issues to do with policing and community safety?
Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? And I repeat what I said to my honourable friend from Walthamstow. I think it's incredibly important that chiefs have a good relationship with their local member of Parliament. It's a two-way street, and members of Parliament bring huge amount of insight from all the conversations they have with constituents about what's important to their local community and where crime is occurring and what the fears of our local community is. And it's very important that police chiefs are able to have that relationship so that we can help each other to deliver better services.
Steph Aquarone.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Sarah Taylor, her Labour colleague and Norfolk's current Police and Crime Commissioner, has been turning around a very chequered history of PCCs in Norfolk and taking real action on road safety. Under the Conservatives, PCC sacked all the PCSOs, tried to take over the fire service, failed, had no rural crime unit in a rural county, and one decided to commute was too long, and so they stood down. Can the Minister tell me how we will see money going into my residents' priorities in future, like vital safety improvements on the A148?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman raises a very important issue of road safety, and I'm working very closely with colleagues in the Department of Transport on reforms which we'll be bringing forward soon in that space, and I can assure him that we will use the money that we save to put it into frontline services that the public expect.
Chris Finns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her statement today? And it leads me, as I think the only Essex MP in the chamber at the moment, to put on record my thanks to Roger Hurst, the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner for Essex. I had the pleasure of standing against Roger in 2 elections, but I know, although we may differ on political views, he's always been really dedicated to supporting the police and also tackling crime in Essex, and I thank him for his service. He would want me to ask you about the fairer funding formula and thinking about Essex, but can I ask her really specifically what difference this decision will make to residents in my constituency of Harlow who are really concerned about historic lack of neighbourhood policing?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend? And of course, I join him in his praise for Roger Hurst and indeed for all other PCCs who've done some really good work. This government is prioritising neighbourhood policing. We are putting thousands more neighbourhood police into our communities. That is what the public want. That's what we were elected to do. This money will help us do it.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the abolition of police and crime commissioners is welcomed, as residents are understandably frustrated when it's unclear what benefit the role brings to my constituents in Chichester when they rarely see a PC due to decreased numbers in our area. With the function passing over to a mayor next year, can she confirm that the savings made will deliver more frontline policing in areas with low levels of police officers like mine in Chichester to tackle the growing antisocial behaviour we're seeing and rural crime?
Minister.
Can I thank her for her question, and I appreciate that she wants to see more police in her communities. It is for the government to set the priorities and the funding to enable local police chiefs to make the right decisions. So in the sense of sort of micromanaging where the police go, that's not the role that I fulfil. But she can be reassured that through the policies that we are introducing in terms of neighbourhood policing and through the wider reform agenda, that is exactly what we intend to do, make sure there's more police in our communities, on our streets.
And Jim Shannon.
So can I thank the Minister very much for her statement, for her answers as well. It's always good to hear what's happening here in relation to how money is spent and how it can be done, policing can be delivered more effectively. I know the Minister has a direct contact and probably every month at least with the relevant minister in the Northern Ireland Assembly, where the problems are very similar in relation to the monies that are available. Could I ask the Minister, would she liaise and work alongside the relevant minister in the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that what you're doing here, effective policing with the monies that are available, can be done there? Thank you.
Minister.
As ever, I'm very happy to meet with colleagues in Northern Ireland, and of course we have much to learn from each other about how to make sure we're policing the streets in the safest and best way we can.
I call Kat Eccles on a point of order in connection with the Code of Conduct to rectify a failure to declare.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, I would like to apologise to this House for failing to adequately declare an interest when speaking in the House on the 10th of June this year during the debate on Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. When I spoke, although I referred to my entry in the Register of Members' Financial Interests, I inadvertently failed to declare that the visit had been funded by Labour Friends of Israel and that it had not yet been processed to appear on the register. This was in breach of the rules, and I wish to apologise to the House for this error.
I thank the honourable member for her point of order. There will be no further points of order on this issue. Which brings us to the programme motion to be moved formally. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye, of the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it, just about. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Planning and Infrastructure Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
Thank the Minister. King's consent. Do we have a Privy Councillor present?
Chaos.
Yep. Could you nod? I can inform the House that nothing in the Lord's amendments engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all the other Lord's amendments and government amendments and motions as on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that Lord's Amendment 1 be disagreed to. Madam Deputy Speaker, sustained economic growth is the only route to delivering the improved prosperity our country needs and the higher living standards working people deserve. That is why it has always been this government's #1 mission. This landmark bill, which will speed up and streamline the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure, is integral to the success of that mission, and it will play a vital part in delivering the government's plan for change milestones of building 1.5 million safe and decent homes in England and fast-tracking 150 planning decisions on major economic infrastructure projects by the end of this Parliament. The government is therefore determined to ensure the bill receives royal assent as soon as possible, and I'm pleased that the House has an opportunity today to renew its commitment to this vital legislation and express its firm opposition to attempts to undermine its core principles. Before I turn to the amendments before us, I'd like to put on record once again my heartfelt thanks to Baroness Taylor for her prodigious efforts in guiding the bill through the other place, and also my gratitude to peers collectively for the comprehensive and rigorous scrutiny which they subjected it to. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government made a number of important changes to the bill in the other place with a view to ensuring that it will work as intended, that its full potential in respect of unlocking economic growth is realised, and to provide further reassurance that a number of its key provisions will achieve the beneficial outcomes that we expect. In the interest of time, I'll update the House briefly on the two most significant areas of change. The first concerns the package of measures we introduced last month to maximise the growth potential of the bill. As honourable members will be aware, the bill's impact assessment estimates that it could benefit the UK economy by up to £7.5 billion over the next 10 years. An assessment, it should be noted, that was made prior to the incorporation into the bill of several important pro-growth measures, including the removal of the statutory requirement to consult as part of the pre-application stage for NSIP applications, a change which itself could result in cost savings of over £1 billion across the pipeline of projects in this Parliament. The package introduced last month further bolsters the growth impact of the bill. It included provisions that further streamline the consenting of reservoirs, that clarify Natural England's strategic advisory role, and that facilitate the deployment of up to 3 additional gigawatts of onshore wind and secure the billions of pounds of investment into UK services that come with it. The second area of change concerns the package of amendments we tabled in July in respect of Part 3 of the bill. As you will know, Madam Deputy Speaker, these directly addressed a range of issues which were highlighted in the advice the Government received from the Office for Environmental Protection in relation to the new Nature Restoration Fund. They provided for a number of additional safeguards, strengthened and made more explicit those that were already contained in the bill on introduction, and further clarified how the NRF will operate going forward. I want to emphasise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that none of the changes made will affect the process by which house builders interact with an environmental delivery plan, namely by paying a levy to discharge specific environmental obligations through it, nor do they undermine the strategic approach that underpins the model. I'll happily give that.
The housing market is absolutely flat, and we just need to build more housing. What's stopping all this new building, people moving, creating a healthy housing market? It's the appalling stamp duty, which everybody acknowledges is the worst tax. Now, he's not the Chancellor, but will he approach his right honourable friend, the Chancellor Exchequer, in her open statement and see whether she can steal our clothes and promise to abolish stamp duty?
Minister.
Well, the Chancellor will set out her decisions on the budget in fairly short order. The Honourable General will have to wait for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am going to be quite strict in sticking to the contents of the bill and what's in scope rather than ranging more widely as he tempts me to do. What those amendments did in the summer package we tabled, Madam Deputy Speaker, was to provide greater confidence that the NRF delivers the improved outcomes for nature that are at the core of the model. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all those honourable members who engaged in constructive discussions with the Government about the NRF during common stages, not least my honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, for his thoughtful participation during Bill Committee, which helped shape my thinking about the package of amendments in question. In relation to Part 3, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should also make clear that the Government tabled further technical amendments in the other place to ensure the NRF works effectively across borders, as well as ensuring it is able to operate in the marine environment. These amendments also ensure the NRF can be used to support the impact of development on Ramsar sites. In addition, the Government supported an amendment tabled by Lord Banner in the other place to ensure that the NRF can accommodate the development processes associated with large strategic housing sites that are phased. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll now turn to the amendments made by peers in the other place. I want to make clear that the Government welcomed the scrutiny and challenge provided, and that we are willing to make sensible concessions in some areas. But I'm afraid most of the amendments sent back to this place seek to undermine the core principles of the bill, and for that reason we cannot accept them. Let me make clear precisely why in each instance where that is the case, starting with Lord's Amendment 1. This amendment would prevent the removal of existing parliamentary requirements that serve to delay material policy amendments to national policy statements. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a wrecking amendment designed to frustrate the Government's intention to streamline the process for incorporating into MPSs changes that have already received public and parliamentary scrutiny. Let me emphasise once again, the intent of Clause 2 of the bill is not to erode parliamentary scrutiny. It is simply about ensuring that scrutiny is proportionate to the 4 categories of changes the clause covers. That said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have always recognised the sincere arguments made by various honourable and right honourable members, as well as their noble lords, about the importance of transparency and parliamentary scrutiny in respect of MPSs. That is precisely why I provided the chair of the liaison committee, my right honourable friend, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, with a number of assurances at Commons report stage. For the purposes of clarity, let me repeat them again today. Where the government of the day intend to make a reflective amendment to an MPS, a statement will be laid in Parliament announcing a review, and the relevant select committee will be written to. Ministers will make themselves available to speak to that committee, and we will take into account the views of any select committee report published during the consultation period. Importantly, the MPS as amended must be laid in Parliament for 21 days, during which time this House may resolve that the amendment should not be proceeded with. In other words, Parliament retains the ultimate say over whether a change should be enacted. But to further assuage the concerns that some honourable members might have about a reduction in scrutiny as a result of this clause, I'm happy to provide a further commitment today, namely that when a statement is laid in Parliament announcing a review, it will include how the proposed change or changes fall within the 4 categories of changes to which Clause 2 applies. But what I cannot do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to accept Lord's Amendment 1 for the reasons I've set out, and I urge the House to reject it. Turning next to Lord's Amendments 2 and 3. Amendment 2 enables faster consenting of major water infrastructure projects. Crucially, it allows third-party providers, appointed by water undertakers, to apply to deliver such projects through the streamlined development consent order route. I will give way.
I apologise. I want to go back to the point he was making about Amendment 1, because as Chair of the Transport Select Committee, I am slightly concerned that we will get less opportunity and less time to scrutinise major infrastructure. Now, had the current law come in when HS2 was first considered, instead of a hybrid bill, it's likely that HS2 would have come under this. And Runway 3 at Heathrow will, plus National Infrastructure Network. So does the member not agree with me that this House and the committees have sufficient chance to not just wait to the Minister's convenience?
Order. The Honourable Lady will know that's a very long intervention. Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I recognise the point she makes, but I don't agree that the change will provide select committees without the opportunity to feed their views into the government. As I said, what we are trying to do with this clause is to ensure that the scrutiny provided is proportionate to the changes being made. These are, in most cases, minor changes, reflective changes to amendments. They do not entail the full amendment of an MPS. That would have to come via the normal route. But I hope the reassurances I've given her about what we expect in terms of ministers' attendance and select committees and in other areas provide her with reassurance. No, I won't give away again. I'm going to make some progress on the next set of amendments, which I need to get to. I know there are many members that wish to speak. Amendment 2, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, enables faster consent of major water infrastructure projects. Crucially, it allows third-party providers appointed by water undertakers to apply to deliver such projects through the streamlined development consent order route. This government supports the intent of this amendment. However, subsections 7 and 8 of the new clause would require consents for listed buildings, conservation areas and archaeological sites to be obtained separately to the application for development consent for dams or reservoirs. We cannot support those subsections. Amendment 3 is also problematic. It introduces additional notification and representation processes into the NSIP regime when 20 or more residences are to be demolished in constructing dam or reservoir projects, despite such matters already being addressed by the Planning Act 2008. Both amendments are contrary to the intention of the NSIP regime, which introduced a streamlined one-stop shop approach to obtaining consents. It is the government's considered view that the regime already provides ample opportunity for these issues to be considered before the relevant Secretary of State makes their decision. Numerous adequate heritage safeguards and opportunities for communities and interested parties to have their say about dam and reservoir projects are already in place. In respect of heritage concerns in particular, the National Policy Statement for Water Resources contains explicit policy on preserving the historical environment. When deciding whether or not to grant consent, the Secretary of State is under a statutory duty to have regard to the desirability of preserving a listed building, conservation area or scheduled monument where applications affect these assets. In respect of the demolition of homes, again, the Planning Act already provides sufficient safeguards for the compulsory acquisition of land. For these reasons, I urge the House to support an amendment to remove subsections 7 and 8 from Amendment 2 and reject Amendment 3 in its entirety. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 31, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, the Government is willing to make sensible concessions in some areas. The Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, who I don't believe is in his place, made a strong case at Commons report stage for greater accessibility requirements for electric vehicle charge points. As he knows, I made a personal commitment to him to give further consideration to the arguments he made. The objective he sought is echoed in Lord's Amendment 31, which seeks to amend the Automated and Electrical Vehicles Act 2018 to enable the mandating of accessibility requirements for public charge points through regulations. As the House will know, the Government is already working closely with the sector to update the current accessibility standards for public charge points. However, I have been convinced that we should use the bill to provide further certainty in respect of this matter, and we've therefore tabled an amendment in lieu which is faithful to the original amendment agreed in the other place, with some minor changes designed to ensure that the powers cover all relevant aspects of accessibility for public charge points and that requirements can be placed on all relevant parties that play a role in delivering them. The Government will of course consult before producing and laying the relevant regulations. The Department for Transport looks forward to working with both the Scottish and Welsh Governments on these matters, and on that basis I hope the House will support our amendment in lieu. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 32. This would require the Government to publish an assessment of the impact of current regulation on low-hazard reservoirs and to set out proposals for deregulation of such reservoirs within 6 months of enactment. An assessment of the impact of current reservoir safety regulation has already been published on the DEFRA Science Search website. Furthermore, the Government already intends to set out proposals for the deregulation of low-hazard reservoirs within 6 months of this bill receiving royal assent. I also commit to clarifying planning practice guidance for the permitted development right that grants planning permission for the development of on-farm reservoirs, giving clarity to farmers about when this permitted development right can be used. Given the Government has fulfilled one aspect of this amendment already, and I've committed to fulfil the rest today, we are clear that there is no need to legislate on this matter. I therefore urge the House to reject this amendment. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 33. This seeks to make the first set of regulations for the National Scheme of Delegation subject to the affirmative procedure. I draw the House's attention to the fact that the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee did not raise concerns about the use of the negative procedure in respect of these particular regulations. We have already consulted on detailed proposals to help inform the regulations, and the clause itself imposes a duty on the Secretary of State to consult again on the draft regulations before they are brought into force. This consultation duty will not only apply to the first set of regulations, but also for any subsequent changes to those regulations. In light of the 2 rounds of consultation planned before these regulations are laid, I urge the House to reject this amendment. I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Just this week at our committee, the new Secretary of State outlined that the Government will not be urging the NDMPs to be non-statutory. This almost seems at odds with the Government's direction of travel in terms of making sure the national scheme of delegation is speeded up. Can the Minister explain why the Government are going down this approach of not making them non-statutory guidance?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. I'm afraid she's conflating 2 entirely separate issues. We're committed to introducing a new suite of national policies for development management. We'll consult on those before the end of this year. The Secretary of State provided a bit more detail at the Select Committee the other day. This particular amendment refers to the powers that are in the bill to bring forward a national scheme of delegation, and I'm making clear that I think there is sufficient consultation already built into the system, doesn't require it to be taken forward via the affirmative procedure. I hope that reassures her on that point. On Lord's Amendment 37, Madam Deputy Speaker, this would exempt assets of community value from the permitted development right for demolition under Part 11 of the General Permitted Development Order. I've reflected on this amendment and agree with the intention of further protecting these important assets. We're already strengthening the protection given to them through the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, and we think there are justifiable arguments for removing demolition of ACVs from permitted development rights. However, PDRs are established via secondary legislation, and it would not be appropriate to use this bill to change particular development rights without consultation. As such, while we cannot support this exact amendment, I'm happy to make a commitment today that we will consult on this change to the permitted development right for demolition at the first available opportunity. We hope with this assurance and a view to future opportunity for consultation on this matter, the House will reject Lord's Amendment 37. Turning next to Lord's Amendment 38. This would require a spatial development strategy to list chalk streams in the strategy area, outline measures to protect them from environmental harm, and impose responsibility on strategic planning authorities to protect and enhance chalk stream environments. While I appreciate fully the positive intent of this amendment and reiterate the Government's firm commitment to restoring and improving the nation's chalk streams, I do not believe that it is a necessary or advisable means of protecting these vital ecosystems. While strategic planning authorities will be expected to work closely with ALBs like the Environment Agency, they themselves will not have responsibility for regulatory systems governing water abstraction or pollution in catchment areas. The SDSs they will be required to produce will be high-level frameworks for housing growth and infrastructure investment, They will not allocate specific sites. Importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, as locally led spatial exercises, local nature recovery strategies, drawing on river basin management plans, will be able to map out chalk streams and identify measures to enhance and improve them. And STSs will already be required to take account of any local nature recovery strategy that relates to the strategy area. STSs will also obviously be tested by an independent examiner against these requirements. It remains the Government's view, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the protection and enhancement of chalk streams through the planning system is best achieved through the proper application of national planning policy. As I made clear at Commons report, the measures in the bill will not weaken existing protections enjoyed by these precious habitats, which are already recognised by decision makers in the planning system as valued landscapes and sites of biodiversity value that should be identified and safeguarded through local plans. That said, we have been giving careful consideration to this matter, given the strength of feeling that was expressed at Commons report and in the context of ongoing reforms to national planning policy. And I'm happy to make clear to the House today that I am minded to include explicit recognition of chalk streams in the new suite of national policies for decision making I just referred to in response to my honourable friend's question. And as I said, we intend to consult on those before the end of this year. On the basis of that assurance, I'd urge honourable members to reject this amendment. Turning next to Laws Amendment 39, this seeks to prioritise development on brownfield land, increase urban densities and minimise travel distances. This Government has a brownfield first approach to development. Through the revisions made to the NPPF on the 12th of December last year, we broadened the definition of brownfield land. We set a strengthened expectation that applications on brownfield land will be approved and made clear that plans should promote an uplift in density in urban areas. In September last year, I'll just make this point and I'll happily give way. In September last year, the Government published a Brownfield Passport working paper inviting views on how we might further prioritise and fast-track building on previously used urban land. And again, we intend to take forward these proposals in the new suite of national policies for decision-making I referred to a moment ago. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. On this point of Brownfield First, inherent to the amendment he is talking to right now, he opened his remarks with the Government's target of 1.5 million homes. Given CPRE, a very respected independent charity, has identified enough land in England alone for 1.4 million homes on brownfield only, why does the Government persist in rejecting what their lordships have sent to us on this point and not go down the route of following the CPRE's advice?
Minister.
Well, I will come on to why we can't accept this amendment, but I respectfully disagree with the CPRE on this and a number of other matters as it happens. There is not enough land on brownfield registers, certainly that's not in the right location and that is viable to meet housing need across England. That's why we've got a brownfield approach, but it's not a brownfield-only approach to development. But in respect of the amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, brownfield land is diverse and may not always be suitable. That is why consideration of brownfield land is more appropriately dealt with at the local level through policy, where a balance of considerations can be weighed up. A legislative requirement for increasing densities doesn't allow for the consideration of local issues or circumstances and would risk opening up the possibility of legal challenges to any or every spatial development strategy, which I am sure was not their noble lord's intent. And on that basis, I urge the House to reject this amendment. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and my constituency neighbour. And when we're talking about local pressures to deliver on the number of houses, and he's talking about brownfield first, there are a number of, as he will know, sports grounds in my constituency that are now becoming the subjects of interest for the would-be developers. And can you just confirm that in the proposals that are being put forward going forwards, that there will be protections for much-needed sports grounds and that they won't be open to that sort of speculative development?
Well, I thank my honourable friend and constituency neighbour for that question. It's an apt one, it's a fair one. There are protections already in place in the National Planning Policy framework in respect of the matter that he refers to. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with him about it. There's nothing in the bill that specifically targets the release of sports fields for development, and those protections that are in national policy still apply. Turning finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Laws Amendment 40. This seeks to restrict the environmental impacts that could be addressed through an environmental delivery plan. Before I detail why the Government cannot accept this amendment, let me remind the House why Part 3 of the bill is so important. It is the case that the current approach to discharging environmental obligations is too often delaying and deterring development and placing unnecessary burdens on house builders and local authorities. It requires house builders to pay for localised and often costly mitigation measures, only to maintain the environmental status quo. By not taking a holistic view across larger geographies, Mitigation measures often fail to secure the best outcomes for the environment. In short, as we've consistently argued, when it comes to development and the environment, the status quo too often sees both sustainable house building and nature recovery and restoration stall. The Nature Restoration Fund will end this suboptimal arrangement. By facilitating a more strategic approach to the discharge of environmental obligations and enabling the use of funding from development to deliver environmental improvements at a scale that will have the greatest impact in terms of driving the recovery of protected sites and species, it will streamline the delivery of new homes and infrastructure and result in improved environmental outcomes being delivered more efficiently. I will give way.
The Minister's a very thoughtful individual and has a wide a view of what's happening in the country, and in addition, housing is imperative. But in my constituency, there were a proposal for 3,000 houses on effectively virgin land, and we established 32 separate rare and protected species. Their environment will be left irrevocably damaged. Does the Minister agree that biodiversity has to be a central plank of the government's intentions, and can he give an assurance to the House that without the Lord's Amendment is referring to, that no future government, which is perhaps less caring about the environment, could use that law to begin to damage habitats such as the ones I'm describing?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I can't, and I'm sure he'll appreciate this comment on individual planning applications, but the government has been consistently clear that meeting our ambitious development targets need not and should not come at the expense of the environment. Part 3 unlocks a win-win for the economy and nature, and while I can't commit future governments to anything, we are confident that the Nature Restoration Fund and the environmental delivery plans that it facilitates will result, as I said, in more homes and infrastructure being delivered in a more timely manner, but also improved environmental outcomes as well. In respect of the amendment itself, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would simply say there is no convincing rationale for arbitrarily limiting the application of EDPs to strategic landscape matters and thereby preventing the use of them to support the recovery of protected sites and species where this is appropriate. I remind honourable members that the bill is now explicit that the Secretary of State can only approve an EDP where the effect of the conservation measures will materially outweigh the negative effect of development on the conservation status of each identified environmental feature. Moreover, both Natural England and the Secretary of State will have to take account of the best available scientific evidence when preparing, amending or revoking an EDP, and EDPs will be subject to robust scrutiny. At third reading in the other place, we also amended the bill to allow the government to bring forward regulations setting out how our EDPs would prioritise addressing the negative effects of developments. Lord's Amendment 40 would undermine one of the core principles of the bill, namely that the alternative approach provided for by the NRF can apply to both sites and species, and for that reason I urge the House to reject this amendment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't give way, I'm just closing, I'm afraid. I'm happy to respond to any points in responding to the debate. I appreciate the leave you've given me to set out the government's position on the large number of amendments before us. I urge the House to support the government's position, and I look forward to the remainder of the debate.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. I call the Shadow Minister, David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I share from the opposition's perspective the Minister's thanks for the sterling work that's been done by our colleagues in the other place. And I also place on the record my thanks to the member for Hamble Valley, who's been our Shadow Minister and contributed enormously to the debates that took place in committee. I welcome the Minister back to the dispatch box for a further discussion on planning and infrastructure and congratulate him on being the last man standing from the MHCLG team that was appointed in Labour's golden summer of 2024. And as he surveys that bombed-out wreckage of that ministerial team and knows that he is the only one not to have succumbed to friendly fire, I'm sure he shares my sense of disappointment that after a year of debate, a year of discussion, we've not made the progress that the British people expect from us when it comes to the delivery of planning and infrastructure. Now, the opposition has three fairly simple tests, Madam Deputy Speaker, that apply in respect of these amendments and of the bill as a whole. The first, does this deliver the level of reform of our administrative state, the planning process, all of those statutory undertakers, the decision makers, all of those who play a part that we require to ensure the swift delivery of homes and infrastructure? Does it create the necessary incentives for host communities to support and embrace the opportunities that development offer? And most critically, having undertaken many planning reforms during our time in office, does this get the market building the 1.5 million new homes that already have planning permission in our country? The entirety of the government's parliamentary target already with consent, with no further loss of greenbelt, no further environmental impact. Of course I give way.
I appreciate him giving way very much. Thank him for it. Can he just give us his assessment then? Because this is an issue that many people are concerned about. Why does he think that there is all these planning applications that have been approved, were approved, it's a problem that existed under his party when they were in government, and aren't getting built? What does he think the problem is?
David Simmons.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to develop my answer to that because, of course, that is the question that we face as a country. We set ourselves a target in the last Parliament of delivering 1 million homes. We fell just short of that. But when this government set out its commitment to net zero, I don't think they meant for 23 of the 33 London boroughs to have net zero new housing starts, as has been reported by a new Bidwell's report on the housing market in London. They didn't anticipate a 20% reduction in completions of new homes. They didn't anticipate a 55.9% drop in the number of new housing starts here in our capital city. A Labour mayor delivering 4.9% of this government's target set for him, despite record levels of funding. And the context, as we saw today, of growth in our country falling to just 0.1% is a significant clue, I think, as the answer to the honourable gentleman's question. So when we assess this bill and these amendments against those tests, what is clear is that whatever lofty ambitions some may have, this bill fails in the eyes of the OBR because it does not generate the level of growth and contribution that the government promised, and that's been reflected in the very hasty implementation of large-scale amendments in the Lords that were not even contemplated at the common stages of the bill. It fails in the eyes of home buyers, those many people who aspire to get on the property ladder for the first time. It fails in the eyes, Madam Deputy Speaker, of our farmers who were hoping it would make it easier to create the new infrastructure that would make our farming and food sector more efficient. It fails in the eyes of the developers who are talking about packing up and taking their investment abroad because the UK market is so poor at the moment. It fails in the eyes of the builders who see no measures in this bill to address the shortfalls that they all face. It fails in the eyes of the travelling public who've watched this government cancelling projects like the new expansion of the A12 that was set to support the delivery of thousands more homes. And it fails in the eyes of lovers of nature, in that, for all that's been said, there is still a very grave lack of clarity about how the measures in this bill will support the ambitions we all have to balance the delivery of new homes, the delivery of infrastructure, with the needs of a nature-depleted country to protect the natural environment that we all cherish. And in particular, a government that signalled before it even embarked on this legislation that its intention was to reduce greenbelt protections, that raises the suspicion that this is not an agenda that is holistic. It is about making it as easy and cheap as possible to build on the greenbelt without that strategic underpinning that delivers the homes and infrastructure that our nation needs. So when we turn to the list of amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think, of course.
He hasn't actually answered my question. You know, he's talking about the policies of the last 15 months, but the problem that he's alluding to there, of developers sitting there with planning permissions and not building, been going on for 15 years and more. So can he be realistic about what his solution is to actually getting developers to build those planning permissions they've got?
David Simmons.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think, as the Leader of the Opposition said at Prime Minister's questions, we wouldn't start from here. We wouldn't have made the mistakes that this government has made that have led to the crash, in house building that I outlined early on, of course.
I'd like to assist the honourable gentleman. Isn't the answer a use it or lose it planning permission, that you lose the permission or you lose the land if you don't build on it?
David Simmons.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy. That was an issue that I know we spent quite a good amount of time debating at the committee stages. And use it or lose it, planning consents are one option. Application of council tax around consents at different stages of delivery are another. A different approach to Section 106, a different approach to SIL, a different approach to the way that local authorities interact with the housing market. All of those measures which we either considered in government or have been debating, none of which have been taken up, but all of which have the potential to ensure that more of the homes that have that planning consent get delivered. Of course.
Isn't the principal difficulty that so many housing developments have now become unprofitable, and that's why they're not being proceeded with? It is the costs that have been loaded on builders in the last 15 months.
David Simmons.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman tempts me to fast forward to a point that I think is going to arise later on. When the Chancellor of the Exchequer said at the end of her budget statement last year that she was wiping the slate clean and from here on in it was on them, she was absolutely right. And if we look at the measures that were taken and the impact that has had on the deliverability of housing and infrastructure, the rising costs of government driven by the colossal borrowing spree that's been embarked upon by this Chancellor, there is no question a government that's borrowed £100 billion this financial year alone is not a government that is in a position to talk about a business-like approach to delivering housing and infrastructure. The opposition shares the concern that the member for Brentford and Isleworth set out briefly in her intervention. That is highlighted in Lord's Amendment number 1. The issue of accountability and ongoing accountability is absolutely crucial. We know that there will be trade-offs, whether it is Heathrow, an issue which I know affects her constituents and mine, whether it is HS2, an issue which I know has been very much debated, whether it's the delivery of new cross-Thames infrastructure to the east of London, new ports, new airports, new roads, all of those, there is a significant parliamentary interest and an opportunity through that process to begin to explain to the public where those trade-offs sit. Heritage sites, reservoirs. I have to say, again, we see some excellent work that's been done by the Lords, and I'm grateful to the Minister and the Government for the willingness to embrace the debate about electric vehicle charging, something which I know Local Lords have been extremely keen to support the work that's being done to deliver that net zero agenda. But so many of the elements in this bill incorporate a tendency to centralisation, and that lack of community level accountability, that lack of ability for local residents to have their say about what's happening in their area around things like assets of community value. These things remain a fundamental concern, because if we want those communities to embrace development, to embrace new homes, they need to be able to see what the benefits and the opportunities that development will bring to their lives will be. And on some of those issues like chalk streams, and I declare for the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, the River Colne that borders my constituency is one of those chalk streams, the majority of which are in southern England. Given the work that was done by this party in government, we are determined to ensure that there is an appropriate level of protection enshrined in legislation. And by choosing to develop brownfield first, we recognise the opportunity that there is, including here in our capital city, to ensure that rather than intruding on a greenbelt that is critical for nature, that is important for the health of human beings, is important for access to leisure, is often a site of sports facilities and agriculture that support the lives of our communities, that instead we seek the swifter redevelopment of brownfield sites. Again, an area where sadly this legislation falls far short. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I move to a conclusion, it's very clear that this is a government which has a heavyweight majority. And when we reflect on the measures that are being implemented, it's using that majority to deliver a left hook of reducing community voice and community say in planning applications. It's following that with a right hook of reducing protections on the Greenbelt, building on virgin land, as we heard from a member who's no longer in his place earlier on, rather than previously developed land being recycled. That's followed by the uppercut of wholesale top-down council reorganisation, followed with a jab demanding that local plans, the length and breadth of the country, be changed through the national planning policy framework changes, without there being remotely the capacity at the Planning Inspectorate to deal with those in a timely manner. And picking up the point, a number of members have said, well, why is this happening and what do we think needs to be done to address it? The knockout blow to our housing market in the last 12 months has been delivered by the massive hike this government introduced on national insurance, which is leading to developers, to builders, to the whole supply chain, to local authorities, all to fear that they are going to have to throw in the towel, because it is simply not possible under the auspices of such a business-unfriendly government to deliver homes and infrastructure that require a pro-business environment. So as this legislation comes forward, pummelling our first-time buyers, that's hammering our homeowners, that is bashing our builders and is duffing up our developers, I simply say on behalf of the opposition to the Minister, there is an opportunity this afternoon to begin to change course, to signal that you believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we believe that a different course of action is possible that will deliver the homes and infrastructure that the British people expect. So, Minister, I always enjoy meeting this Minister across the dispatch box. I tend to say I always keep my spare Conservative Party membership form handy just in case he should ever need it, because his high standards of professionalism suggest that one day he will make the journey to the dark side. But, Minister, take the opportunity to say to your colleagues, it's time to add on to so many very poor U-turns a good U-turn. And let's get on with the job of delivering the homes and infrastructure that the British people need.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eschalemi. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to pay tribute to the other place for their work on getting us to this stage today. I am conscious of time, of it being a Thursday and many members wanting to speak, so I'm not going to go into great depth with all the amendments before us today. But I do welcome the changes the government have made in the other place and the work of ministers to reach a compromise to get this bill on the statute book as soon as possible. In particular, I welcome the series of pragmatic amendments from the government to environmental delivery plans. It is critical that we ensure that any system to protect our environment is robust, and the measures outlined by the government will go some way to quelling some of the fears outlined, not just in the other place, but by members across this House during report stage. I also welcome reforms to address water supply and encourage the building of badly needed reservoirs, and measures to ensure that developers have extra time to commence work when a court grants judicial review. I think this is a sensible and proportional approach that will ensure that permissions do not expire through no fault of the developer, and avoiding any unnecessary repetition of the whole planning process. As the Chair of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee, I would like to touch on 2 points relating to the scrutiny we have in this place around planning and infrastructure. The first relates to Lord's Amendment 1, which is identical to Amendment 83, tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Hackney South and Shoreditch during report stage in this place. As the Minister said then, this is about ensuring that scrutiny is proportionate to the changes being made. But we have to be honest and say that even amendments to statements can have a massive impact on our communities up and down the country, sometimes even bigger than the bills, subject to the full weight of parliamentary scrutiny. Now, I understand the point that the Minister has made during committee stage, that this has led to unacceptable delays, sometimes even for several months. And I know as much as anyone, that just because a committee recommends something to ministers, it is far from a guarantee that the government will change its policy. But it is important that this change isn't used to ride through significant changes without committees having a chance to carry out proper scrutiny into how this will impact the lives of people up and down the country, nor it is used to bypass scrutiny when statements or are amended as so much over time to become a de facto new statement. This is part of the role that we were elected to carry out by this House, and it is something that helps to give confidence behind the policy to the whole House that we have properly considered the statement before us. I heard the Minister earlier, and he's indicated that they will not accept Lord's Amendment 1, but I will gently ask the Minister that if we will give assurances to the House that committees will still be included in the process of the amendments, that committees will not be sidelined when we engage proactively and in a timely manner with this process. Madam Deputy Speaker, the passing of this bill is long awaited after years of failing to unblock the planning system and build on a scale that we desperately need. Research from Crisis has found that nearly 300,000 families and individuals have ended up without a home of their own, while previous governments have failed to act. And we all know that some children don't even have a room to learn to walk or crawl. The reality is this will not end overnight. It will only end when we have a system that consistently builds affordable and social homes that we desperately need.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for giving way. I'm not on the Select Committee, but I can tell from her passion that she's an excellent Chair. Part of the issue that the housing, and we've discussed before, is the use of temporary accommodation, which costs local councils millions of pounds every year. Does she hope that this bill, and actually the fast-tracking of building the social and affordable housing she talks of, will help tackle this issue and bring down bills for local councils?
Florence Eshelamy.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend and being a proud advocate in terms of highlighting that issue. And this is an issue that we constantly raise with the Minister, and it's about making sure our councils are part of the building process. And I think the new social and affordable homes package, the 39 billion, will help in terms of making sure we are building those homes. And it's good to see that that package, the prospectus was announced last week, and bids will be coming in from February 26. Build, baby, build. This bill is the first in the stage in moving in the right direction, and I welcome the big step we are taking in the passing of this bill today. And it's important that we continue to make sure that as we are looking at easing up and alleviating the planning process, we are making sure in addition to those homes that families want to buy and purchase, we are building the social homes to help address the issues around temporary accommodation and the long growing housing waiting list.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Liberal Democrats, we welcome a number of the changes made to this bill in the other place, but it is disappointing that, for example, my noble friend Baroness Pinnock's aimed at ensuring all unsafe residential blocks are fully remediated, and my noble friend Lord Foster's on curbing the proliferation of betting shops were not adopted in the other place, where unfortunately the Conservatives were unwilling to support those proposals. It's disappointing also that, having removed all pre-application regulations for nationally significant infrastructure projects, the government has not seen fit to plug the gap with a standard and a requirement on ensuring that communities are properly consulted, as we proposed at committee. Simply sweeping away consultation requirements is not acceptable. That said, today we're here to debate amendments that have made it through from the other place, and I want to first acknowledge where the government has listened and made improvements and concessions that we welcome. Lord's Amendment 53, a concession secured by my noble friend Baroness Parminter, imposes a duty on the Secretary of State to make regulations setting out how Natural England should prioritise different approaches to addressing negative impacts of development and environmental features, something we argued for in this House. I hope that when those regulations are brought forward, the government will see the sense in referring to the mitigation hierarchy as the accepted standard approach, and I remain confused as to why those words have not been included in the amendment. But we continue to push the government to recognise the mitigation hierarchy as a key environmental principle in development that should be enshrined in EDPs. Additionally, I'm pleased to see Lord's Amendment 29, in which government has listened to points raised by Historic England and Heritage Alliance that I raised at committee stage, so that heritage protections will remain in transport and works projects. However, there remain amendments the government wishes to reject, which we strongly believe this House should accept today, particularly with regard to nature and environmental protection and the role of communities and their local councillors. Lord's Amendment 40, limiting the application of environmental delivery plans to issues where approaches of a strategic landscape scale would be effective. That's an amendment I'm sure colleagues have received many emails from constituents about, and for good reason. The amendment is essential because it ensures EDPs are used where they can actually deliver environmental benefits and address problems effectively at strategic scale. In Somerset and in my Taunton Wellington constituency, we see only too well the massive issues caused by phosphates, and an EDP approach for phosphates would genuinely be welcome, because that problem operates at a catchment, regional level, and site-by-site solutions aren't enough. But protected species and biodiversity are rooted in their habitats, in particular places, on particular sites, and a simple strategic approach is not enough. You cannot save protected species going extinct in one location by creating a habitat hundreds of miles away and expect the same outcome. I'd be happy to deploy.
Just if he could briefly give way, because I just draw his attention to district-level licensing schemes for great crested newts as an example of where a strategic approach can benefit a species population. So I'm not sure it stands. Does he reflect on the situation where the type of intervention that underpins EDPs is already in existence and is having benefits for nature?
Gideon Amos.
And of course I accept what the Minister is saying, that there may be elements of species protection that require strategic approaches. I think the fundamental point for us, Madam Deputy Speaker, is if the government are committed to stronger protections within EDPs from the outset, in terms of the mitigation hierarchy, in terms of protection of species on site, then we would be more open to supporting these provisions, but it hasn't, and so we can't. And so Lord's Amendment 40 needs to remain. Equally important is Lord's Amendment 38, proposed by the Bishop of Norwich and supported by Liberal Democrat peers. This would ensure the new spatial development strategies include protections for our incredibly rare and valuable chalk streams. Shockingly, there is currently a lack of protection for these rare and incredible habitats. Around 85% of the world's chalk streams are in England, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are rare, as rare globally as rainforests, yet they don't have the required designation as irreplaceable habitats. I'd be happy to give. I don't know where the voice came from, but I'd be happy to give way. Over there.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he'll know that West Dorset is home to a number of our rare and precious chalk streams, including the Froome and the Wraxall Brook. I wonder whether or not he agrees with me that a system similar to blue flag status that we have for beaches would be a relatively cheap and easy way for the government to provide environmental protections to our chalk streams.
I'd agree with my honourable friend, and he does an excellent job championing chalk streams in the moment, champion chalk streams in his in his constituency, and the idea of a public-facing recognised standard for chalk streams in the same way that we have for other environmental designations would be incredibly welcome. They give way to me.
My friend for giving way. I also have a chalk stream in my constituency, the River Snail, and does my honourable friend agree that it's really important we give these chalk streams statutory protection through things like the Lord's Amendment number 38, rather than relying on national planning frameworks which can be changed without coming back to this place?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Proper statutory protection for chalk streams, this internationally valuable resource, is long overdue, and we need to see that come forward. I did welcome the words the Minister said in his opening remarks. I think until we see those designations, we will continue to advocate for proper statutory protection for chalk streams. We urge the Minister to go further on that. I now turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, to amendments on democratic and parliamentary accountability, because this bill doesn't just tinker at the edges with that, it fundamentally concentrates power in the hands of Secretaries of State. Lord's Amendment 33 would ensure that if and when government makes its proposed regulations to remove powers from planning committees, local planning committees and councillors, then they must come to this House for the affirmative resolution procedure. The Bill's Clause 21 gives unlimited power to all future Secretaries of State to remove any and all decisions of planning committees from them. And there is no limit imposed on that power. So the very least the government should be willing to accept is to commit to meaningful parliamentary oversight when they bring forward these powers to remove, these regulations to remove powers from planning committees. And no amount of consultation on national schemes of delegation will change the extraordinary power in clause 51 of the bill and what it takes away from local planning committees, locally elected councillors and local communities. So this amendment offers only a small safeguard against that centralisation. For such powers to not even be affirmed by Parliament would make a mockery of the democratic process. Similarly, Lord's Amendment 1 would ensure the government continues to be fully accountable to Parliament on its changes to national policy statements. MPSs govern the biggest projects in the land, Madam Deputy Speaker, from Hinkley to Sizewell, from rail freight terminals to the largest solar and wind farms in the world and transmission lines. It is the fact that MPSs are approved by Parliament that provides them with the efficacy they have in guiding decisions on such projects. In the Commons, we propose a compromise that case law could, for example, be reflected without parliamentary processes. But policy changes on matters as significant as the future plans for nuclear power stations should remain rightly fully subject to decisions of Parliament. We therefore oppose the government's attempt to remove scrutiny of national policy statements. Amendments 2 and 3 on protections for reservoirs, we also oppose the government's attempt to remove those provisions, and on assets of community value, we also would oppose the government's intention to remove those protections. And we also remain concerned about proposals for badger shooting on building sites which remain unamended in in Schedule 4 of the bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, as Liberal Democrats, we have set out our proposal for housing and planning, a far more ambitious programme of public housing, 150,000 publicly funded social and council rent homes per year, not the 20,000 the government is established as their target, genuinely affordable to local people. It's a mistake to pit development against nature and communities. At second reading, only Liberal Democrats voted to stop the damaging effects on nature this bill could have. This bill the government have made some changes. We welcome those. But the amendments remain before us today could be accommodated. They're essential to ensuring that the people and nature affected by building the homes and infrastructure we need are heard and have their place in shaping that development. We must not give up, and Liberal Democrats will not give up, on ensuring that nature and people are protected in the rush to build the homes that we need.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a bill that has sparked a keen interest from my constituents. Living in a nature-rich part of the country, it's important that we recognise how those who live in Poole want to protect the environment and the benefits it gives them. I welcome some of the changes made to the bill in the other place, many of which reflect points raised by myself and others during report stage, including the need for a stronger overall improvement test to ensure changes to environmental protections don't hand developers a licence to trash nature. Britain, as we know, is already one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. We've lost half of our biodiversity. 1 in 6 species are at risk of extinction, and only 14% of our habitats are in good condition. That's why I'm urging the government to accept Amendment 40 to safeguard vulnerable habitats and species from harmful developments. The proposed environmental delivery plans would form part of a framework for nature recovery, allowing developers to pay into a restoration fund to offset environmental harm. That may work for nutrient neutrality, water and air quality, but it simply isn't suited to the complex realities of natural habitats or declining species. We risk a situation where destruction comes before detection, with new habitats created too late to replace what's been lost. That means losing their homes, that means species losing their homes, leading to wholesale extinctions. Now, developers of years gone by might have got their way with a brown envelope or two, but you can't buy back lost biodiversity.
Remember, give way.
I will.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure my honourable friend has considered the results of the Corey review, which recognises that we have such complex nature legislation in the UK that it makes it incredibly difficult to build. And would you agree with me that actually Amendment 40 makes it even more complicated for people to build the homes that we desperately need?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I think has been already mentioned by a number of members in this debate so far, we have to find the correct balance between building the houses that we need so desperately, and I'll come on to that later in my speech, but also protecting our very vulnerable nature and the habitats that we want to preserve. The Wildlife and Countryside Link put it like this: some species cannot be traded away for mitigation elsewhere. Once local populations are destroyed, they are unlikely to ever return. If we want this bill to be a genuine win-win for development and for nature, and to keep our manifesto pledge to reverse nature's decline, environmental delivery plans must be limited to where there is clear evidence they can actually work. Now, the wildlife... I'm
grateful to him for giving way, and he's absolutely right that there are examples where species shouldn't be able to be moved. But in terms of Amendment 40, that doesn't say in some cases it shouldn't be able to be used for species. It says in all cases it sets in statute that it must never be used for that. Doesn't he think that actually the government's approach, which in many cases will prevent species being used, is actually a better one than setting in statute something that could block so many opportunities?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and actually I was just about to come on to that very point and the very serious nature that people feel about this issue. The Wildlife Trust have nearly 1 million members, the RSPB over 1 million, the National Trust more than 5 million. There is a massive base of people in this country that care deeply about nature. So if we get this wrong, the risk isn't just environmental, it's also political. People won't take kindly if their local chalk stream is degraded, for example. For that reason, I'm also keen to get assurances from the Minister on Amendment 38 on chalk streams, which he mentioned in his opening remarks. 4 main rivers feed into Poole Harbour in my constituency, and the catchment is home to a number of internationally recognised chalk streams. That is why it's important to my constituents. Now, there has been a concerted effort from lobbyists and private interests to scapegoat nature as the chief villain of the housing crisis. This just isn't true, in my view. The government's own impact assessment provided no data that environmental protections are a blocker. Nature is sadly being scapegoated to distract from a broken, developer-led house-building model that's allowed a few to get rich while failing to deliver the homes people actually need. We need to be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if developers don't use the planning permissions they already have, then they should lose those permissions. Ancient woodlands aren't a blocker, wildlife isn't a hindrance, chalk streams aren't anti-growth, they are... I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. As I'm sure he knows, chalk streams are amongst the rarest habitats in the world. It's not the first time I've mentioned them in this chamber either. Only 11 of the more than 200 are protected, and even those are in decline. The problems are over-abstraction, significant pollution and inappropriate development caused by poor planning. Does the honourable member agree with me that protecting these habitats through this bill is essential, not optional?
Thank the honourable member for her contribution, and absolutely because of the nature of the constituency that I represent, chalk streams are extremely important and should be protected. They are our national inheritance. We are their custodians, and I really hope the government takes further steps to align this bill with a fairer and greener future for everyone.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish to speak to Amendment 28, which was introduced in the other place, but does relate specifically to my own constituency. The Estill-Muir seismic array, located in my constituency near the village of Estill-Muir, is a seismological monitoring station which was established to detect seismic signals from nuclear explosions. To a generation which has grown up following the end of the Cold War, this facility may seem to be a little more than a historic curiosity. The reality is that it is a vital and ongoing asset in global monitoring, scientific research, and crucially helps keep the United Kingdom complying with its international obligations under the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. The Eskdalemuir seismic array has been operating since 1962, making it one of the longest operating steerable seismic arrays in the world. The facility is geographically remote in a low seismic noise environment and highly calibrated and sensitive, enabling detection of even small seismic signals from vast distances. Over the recent years, its seismometers have picked up the sonic boom from Russian jets in UK airspace, detected underground nuclear tests in North Korea, and on one occasion it was able to detect signals generated from the detonation of around 100 tons of conventional explosive in Kazakhstan. All of this is clear evidence of the unique nature of the site and its capabilities. So some might wonder what it has to do with the bill under consideration. What could be its impact on the maintenance of this vital scientific facility, crucial to our national defence and our undertakings under international treaties? It is because, as is the case in so many rural constituencies in Scotland, the march of large-scale wind farm developments continues, encouraged by the Scottish Government. The forces acting on wind turbines cause vibration in their structure, which can travel underground for many kilometres, with obvious consequences for facilities which require to be seismologically quiet for their effective operation. And as some members may recall, the desire on the part of wind farm developers to push the boundaries of where their infrastructure can be located and the guidance against which their applications are assessed has already led to challenges to the Ministry of Defence. A previous attempt by a developer to site a wind farm at Little Hart Fell, which is within the consultation zone of the Eskdalemuir Seismological Monitoring Station, led to judicial review proceedings against the MOD. On that occasion, the challenge did not dispute the MOD is entitled to devise and enforce a policy to protect the array from interference with its detection capabilities, but rather concerned the allocation of priority as between proposed developments. Irrespective, the lesson is clear. Developers will seek to push the boundaries of where and how their developments may be sited, and ministers must be both aware of that and willing to take measures to properly protect against it where issues of national defence are at stake. The key consideration here is not watering down our defence systems or letting down our allies in a dangerous and difficult world to squeeze out what in a national context is a small amount of extra electricity. The UK Government should robustly refuse to entertain novel technologies within the 15-kilometre exclusion zone proposed by the Eskdalemuir Working Group and which would replace the existing 10-kilometre zone. This should rightly include those applications already in the planning system, where the developers had continued to aggressively pursue projects with full knowledge that work was ongoing to review the exclusion zone. Our national defence must come first. Most people would, I am sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, agree that this is one area where an abundance of caution is well justified, and it would be concerning if ministers and the MOD were pressured into going too far in the name of net zero. Now, I'm not necessarily, Madam Deputy Speaker, objective, because I am the Member of Parliament that has the largest number of wind turbines in their constituency, either consented or built, and I do now believe that the industrial scale wind farms are bad generally for the locality, but there needs to be specific rules around them where national security is in question, and we have to protect our credibility with our international partners. Any loosening of the rules on infrastructure developments around facilities such as the Eskdalemuir Seismic Array or indeed passing up the opportunity to reinforce those existing rules, would send entirely the wrong message to both potential developers eager to exploit new opportunities to construct even more wind farms, or to our international partners who rely on our ability to contribute both to our own and our collective defence. That's why I believe that Amendment 28 in this bill is an opportunity to underscore the protections needed for facilities like the Eskdalemuir seismic relay. And what I want to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this government take those protections forward.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I add my thanks to the other place for the work that they've done on this committee, and actually particularly for new clause 1, although I will explain my thinking on that Amendment 1. I will explain my thinking in more detail. I stand on this issue because of the importance of the scrutiny by select committees of this House of government policy. While this House has an important task as a whole on doing this work, the bill committees have their job to do. There is a very valuable role by select committees in scrutinising, because of the knowledge and depth of the teams on those committees are made up of members and experienced and expert staff and clerks. And that can be very helpful, I think, to ministers and governments who can get a useful input as policy is developed, and on national policy statements they have a particular role. But I would say to the Treasury bench more widely, and I appreciate massively the work that the Minister's done to lean into us on this issue, which I will touch on in a moment, but we do need to be mindful when we are pushing legislation forward at whatever government or whatever party, because we get elected with an agenda, quite rightly, we're impatient to push things through, that we do need to be mindful of the importance of parliamentary scrutiny, and at our peril do we diminish it without potentially risking a slippery slope where one day a future mad, bad or dangerous government, don't tempt me on that over the last 14 years, but a mad, bad or dangerous government could misuse the system. So we need to make sure that we're stress testing what's being proposed by the government today against that important bar. We have 13 national policy statements covering specific types of national infrastructure. I don't need to go into detail on those, but that includes, of course, energy, transport, wastewater and waste. And there is a proposal, the normal process has been that these are laid before the House, and select committees have an involvement. I won't go through all the technical detail for time reasons about how that works, but basically select committees have an important role in scrutinising any changes to national policy statements. Now, the government's had a concern that this can take too long, and it is decided, as the Minister's explained, to introduce a new reflective amendment procedure, so that the government will not be subject to the existing statutory obligation to respond to either a resolution of either House of Parliament regarding the proposed changes or recommendations from a committee of either House of Parliament regarding the proposed changes. So what is in place, what is being proposed in place of that, I think, is the key thing here. So there is going to be a continued, as the Minister said, a public consultation on reflective amendments, so that's smaller amendments that might be introduced. The Minister will need to write to the relevant select committee, and ministers must make themselves available to appear before the relevant committee to explain why the proposed changes to the NPS mean that the reflective amendment route is appropriate. Now, the Minister and I thank him very much for his time. I've had discussions about this over months, me speaking on behalf of the select committee corridor. And in the last time he appeared at report stage, he said from the dispatch box that ministers would appear in front of select committees if practicable. And I think, and he and I raised concerns with him that practicable, maybe a legal term, but that doesn't really work for select committees, because what does practicable mean, Madam Deputy Speaker? I mean, the Minister could be on holiday, or the Minister could have a visit to a constituency somewhere else in the country. It might not be practicable for them to appear before a select committee. And I think that one of the important things is that ministers should be, and rightly are, and I've been a minister myself, absolutely accountable to this House, and that should be a priority. It's the job of a minister to steer the politics of legislation through, as well as the practical side of it, and that is something that they need to do. So I know that the Minister's been looking closely at whether that we can just he can give us more reassurance that it's not just practicable, but that a Minister will be expected to appear before a select committee if required to do so. Under the new approach, an amended national policy statement will be laid in Parliament for 21 sitting days. That's critical, and I'm glad that the Minister's clear on that. It would be sitting days of this House, not during a recess period, because I think that is absolutely important. and the government would respond to any committee reports in that time. But it no longer has a statutory obligation to respond. So I just hope the Minister can just reassure me even further at the dispatch box that it would be expected. And on the behalf of the committee corridor, it's very clear that all as committees, we are very clear that we would play our role properly in making sure that these matters were turned around within proper timeframes and there would not be unnecessary delays. There is a great team of people behind our select committees. I'm privileged to work with, I think probably, I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you weren't in the chair, the best set of chairs of select committees that we've ever had, but that would cut you out from the important work that you did, setting the tone for us all, a leader in this field when you chaired the Women and Equality Select Committee. So we follow in big footsteps, but seriously, there is a very talented team of people on the select committee corridor who want to make sure that this works, and we take very seriously our responsibility to scrutinise matters that the government is considering and making sure that we play our role in getting those through, not necessarily without amendment, but making sure that we actually put our views in very closely. I'll give way to my own friend.
Those watching this debate might find this just a sort of tedious parliamentary processes. My honourable friend from Vauxhall made it clear that national policy statements have impacts. Yep. We're about to consider in some detail, I hope, the national policy statement with regard to airports. The impact in my constituency would be 15,000 people losing their homes, whole communities being wiped off the face of the earth. That's why this procedure is so critical that we get it right, because otherwise we won't carry the population with us, the community overall.
And I think if I can reassure my honourable friend that, and as the Minister's made clear from the dispatch box, very large changes would go through the whole process, and so there is no watering down of that, and I think that's absolutely right and proper, and I think that the government was leaning in the right direction on this. Our concern was about the new changes to smaller amendments, so that these would be reflective amendments. These were, and the Minister outlined 4 categories of amendments. So I just would be grateful if he could clarify when he sums up who decides what category of the 4 an amendment would be in. And is there any prospect that this could be misused by future governments? I wouldn't imagine he would misuse it, but in any bad world, this could be abused by the government of the day. Will he be, just again reiterate from the dispatch box, some of the things we have been discussing over months, that the Minister would be expected to engage with the Select Committee, not just a period if requested, but also engage early. I think it's in all the discussion around this, but it would be helpful if it's laid at the dispatch box, because I would say with politicians, no surprises for us all is a good maxim. We don't ever surprise a constituency MP or a select committee chair or a select committee, because that can cause challenges, and we are reasonable people, and the select committee system means that we would want to engage as early as possible. So in early, whatever party, and I have to say, of course, on the select committee corridor, cross-party chairs, but it is absolutely proper that the chair of a committee works with the government of the day, whatever their party, and that's certainly when I was chairing a committee as an opposition MP, I did that, and it was important that we play that role, we understand that. So an early engagement is better. There's nothing that needs to be hidden from a select committee, and select committees also have a very well-worn route of making sure that we deal with confidential, sensitive information absolutely properly, whether that be through a reading room mechanism or having private briefings. And obviously we prefer to do most of our work in public, but we recognise that sometimes this House and the British public need to be reassured that at certain times, maybe not forever, but at certain moments in time, we may need to have a